Good evening, and well met. I am the Crown DM. Hello, everybody. Clown Avenger, Prostar, Zebus, Indigo, Arcgen, Argent, hello. I hope all of you are having a good evening. Hello, Invoker. Evening just got better? Perfect. Tonight is the D&D stream. We will be playing both the Dungeons and the Dragons in Cometh the Fall, Episode 6, Horrors from the Deep. Incoming. Good to know. We are currently just waiting on one more player who will be joining us shortly, and then we can hop right into D&D. How's everybody else's evening? Hopefully an enjoyable one so far. Doing well? Perfect. Ah. Hello, Momo. And hello, Raiders. Send love from Momo. Well, I am more than happy to receive that love. Hopefully, Momo had a good stream collabing with everybody. Yes, all of the waddle, all of the love. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Holy Jesus. Mr. Bite, thank you very much for, is that 20 gifted subs? My God. That's incredibly generous. Thank you very much. Nuclear Winter, thank you for gifting a sub to Arcgen. Oh, jeez. Thank you, guys. Incredibly nice. Thank you very much. I hope that you enjoy your stay and enjoy some delightful D&D content. Thank you so much. Octal, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Oh God. Dripley, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs from you as well. Thank you very much. Oh Jesus. We haven't even started playing D&D yet. Wait. Oh no. Oh my God, my OBS is struggling to keep up. Ladavian, thank you so much. It's struggling to count the numbers right now. Hold on. Oh, Ladavian, thank you for 20 gifted subs. Thank you for that. Level 5 hype train already with 860%. You know, a very casual thing. Jesus. Guido, thank you very... Oh no, it's 25 gifted subs. Thank you, Ladavian. Guido, very much. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Flame, thank you for the bits. Thank you, guys. That is incredibly generous. We haven't even started streaming yet. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Tonight is a D&D stream, episode 6 of Cometh the Fall, a persistent campaign that we are running here. I'm floored. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Noble. Nova Wolf, thank you very much for another 20 gifted subs. Yes, level 5 hype train, 1000%. Insane. Thank you very much for all of your support. Your generosity, your kindness, your support, everything that you're doing here ensures that I can continue to play and run Dungeons and Dragons with all of my friends and have a enjoyable experience, hopefully for all of you. Oh, Dripply, thank you very much for your resub. I appreciate that. Sparks, thank you for the 500 bits. Holy shit. Guys, we have a game to play, guys. Indigo, thank you for another thank you for even more gifted subs. Nova Wolf, thank you again for another 10 gifted subs. Guys, I think we're gonna run out of people to give subs to. You guys are insane. Thank you so much. Mr. Bite with another 10 gifted subs, please. Guys, I haven't even introduced the characters. I haven't introduced the players, what we're doing tonight. You guys are insane, incredibly generous right now. I'm pretty sure my sub goal for the year has been shattered just in January alone. Oh my goodness. Guys. 2000%. What do you even do with that? Guido, thank you for even more, another 10 gifted subs. Nuclear, thank you for your gifted sub to Hackmar. Please, guys, please. Guys, we're not even 10 minutes into the stream. Please. Nova Wolf, thank you for even more insane amounts of generosity for another 20 gifted subs. You guys are, I mean, thank you so much. Words cannot express the kindness that is happening right now. Again, your guys' generosity, your kindness, these gifted subs, the follows, everything like that, they ensure that I continue to keep playing these games and running these games and continue to doing the thing that I love. So thank you so very much for all of this. Mr. Bite with another 10 gifted subs. Garfunkel with another 5. Thank you guys so much. Absolutely obliterated the hype train. The hyper train. Holy shit. Well, hello. A pleasure to meet all of you. For new and returning folks, hello, I am the Crowned DM. I run Dungeons and Dragons. I do map making streams. We play Dungeons and Dragons here with my longtime friends. And we generally just try to help out the D&D community. So thank you guys so much for your kindness. I have hogged way too much limelight as it stands. Your guys's, again, thank you so much. We're going to, it looks like everybody's here. So we're going to hop on over and get started with the game. Thank you very much. Let's hop over and let's get introduced to the players. Well, looks like everybody's here. Hold on 1 second. Oh, gas, no brakes. That's right. Holy shit. All right. Let's go over and let's meet the players. Hello, everyone.
Oh, hello.
Hi, everyone.
Are you okay? There's an inflection in your voice.
Why? Did
Did
something
not
happen?
see what just happened.
What
Poor
happened?
man.
I have
The poor man just had
experienced.
a train ran on him.
Well,
What?
all right. You better terminology could have been used.
Phrasing.
I experienced an immense amount of kindness in just a very short 10-minute span. It is incredibly insane, the amount of generosity that has been shown. And I'm speechless, as it were. I ran out of words to thank them with. So, hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hey,
Thank you, everyone, for helping him. You guys are great. He deserves it.
You guys are wonderful.
Just watching that whole spectacle, just like,
Blame
Keeps going.
Momo. Understood.
of course.
It is. I do have a lot to thank for Momo. Her kindness, even just offering the helping hand that she has, and the bottomless kindness and love that she shares is it is much to aspire to. So. Oh, hold on. I'm getting yelled at.
boss champ.
But hello, everybody.
Hmm.
Welcome to episode 6. As I hand over the picture of Alaric, his new updated picture and token, we're going to have everybody introduce their characters.
Oh.
There we go. We're going to start with Alaric.
Oh, thank God.
I'm always first. Why are you surprised? Alaric had a change in avatar that I feel better fit the character because the original image that you guys saw before was chosen far prior to me deciding how he would be physically. Then I got around writing the character and putting it all together, and eventually I realized, hey, this does not look at all as though how I would imagine him. Now, it fits. I'm supposed to say the character presentation, right? Sorry.
Indeed.
Yep.
Introduce your character, what you play, and a
Okay.
small snippet for chat.
People of Ates, viewers, listeners, blessed few with a chance to behold the greatness that is Alaric. Welcome. He is a half-elf, Alaric is, who hails from his island home of Karim. He wields nature in the same manner a paladin wields the light, and like how the divine runs through the faithful, thunder roils in his veins. For that, he is paladin. Worshipping tenets older than man, and even elf itself, worshipping the law of nature as it was written in the first era, before all lakes, all mountains, and all deserts had been named. It is a charge that his family has taken upon themselves by varying degrees of seriousness, and Alaric sits somewhere in the middle of that, fluctuating between being a snub, as he well should be, and staying true to the Wildfather. But recently, his wildness has been encroached upon. He is confined to a small grey box to mine out his depths to some man named Hayne. This cannot stand, and as of now, he labors to be free again.
Thank you. Kellen Aldane.
I play Kellen Aldane. He is a variant human ranger. We're all level 1, so originally originally kind of coming from the northern Ettenmore area, raised by his father and everything. At the age of 16, he went off to join the Grey Watch that his mother is a member of, so she is missing, and they basically going instead of doing the route that might have been expected for him by his father to be pursue a knighthood and that kind of thing, instead went to a more boots on the ground approach with these rangers and druids and whatnot, fighting back the Morlings and the wilds and everything instead. Currently in Hayne Keep with everybody else. His number one endeavor currently is to find a way either out of there or more hopefully to overthrow Lord Hayne's iron grip on this place.
Thank you. Marana Lamordia.
Thank you. I play Morana Lamordia. I fear that mask.
Oh, you are cutting out, I'm afraid.
Oh no! I'm sorry. Alright, let me adjust my headset. Alright. So, yes, I play Morana Lamordia, a parent human, although that mask may be slipping the longer she spends here in Hayne Keep. Well, originally under the guise as... Oh, sorry, I keep dipping out. Well, originally under the guise of someone not...
There goes
Damn it.
again.
There it goes again. Yeah, my mic is not liking this. But yes, she asked maybe. Oh, God. Gonna have to shoot this, but yeah, I'm a rogue. Lord Hayne invited me to dinner, and this is going to end very poorly. I'll be right back for technical difficulties.
All right. Thank you. Sabine Lillian Rosaire.
Take that mic out back.
Sabine is an Azamar Paladin. She is a Dame of the Order of the Rose and hails from Katarina. Her crimson hair and radiant eyes stand a stark contrast to the pale alabaster skin that she has. And even in a potato sack, her slender athletic builds can still turn a couple heads. After being scruffed by Lord Hayne, she's kind of removed the mask of flirtatiousness and is just trying to get information in other ways.
Thank you. Silveril de Catarina.
Oh no, she's back from the bathroom.
Hello.
Oh, there she is.
Feel free to give as much or as little as you prefer. I understand that you are still sick. So thank you for showing up tonight.
Not even the plague could keep me from performances.
What a monster!
Greetings.
Enhances them, really.
I am Sildelil de Catarina, ward of House Edenmore, the Sworn Blades. I am a level 1 higher fighter who finds beauty in battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. Unfortunately, I have found myself in the unforgiving clutches of Hayne Keep, manned and orchestrated by Lord Hayne and his goons. I endeavor to seek the real reasons I have been sent here, and will stop at nothing to find the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Yuria Zairi.
Hello, I am Yuria of Zairi, Yuria of Shademore. I am the heir of Shademore, the oldest of the Count of Shademore's kin, owned by House Athelion. Shademore is a uniquely placed province within Kereso, making me quite the foreigner to these lands of Tyros. I have come here to explore the lost histories of my people, as they were originally refugees before something happened. Unfortunately, my research has been very quickly interrupted by this sojourn into Hayne's Keep, not of my own volition. I am currently a human, a level 1 warlock, though I am at the moment missing my tools and therefore can provide very little other than chatter and a soul that apparently needs saving quite a bit.
Thank you. Okay. Generally, I would do the recount for Cometh the Fall until you all have sort of made your way out of Hayne Keep. However, given the most recent events, I find it fitting that the recount happened from one of you. Aside from Kellen, the rest of you, if you'd be as kind as to roll me a D100. The number you are trying not to hit is 1.
Oops. I rolled a 10. My bad. Maybe it.
Oh, Fraggle Rock.
I seem unable to find the dice to. So I'm just gonna use like a.
You can just type /R in chat.
Yeah, we don't have the tool anymore. Just do the /roll.
For some reason, it's not showing all of the dice rolls. Odd.
That was an accident.
Try to open a door.
I was clicking through the commands and the door icon just happened to be there.
Monka.
For some reason, it's not.
That's weird. I can see all of them.
Yeah, but my ghost can't for some reason. Bizarre. Regardless, it's fine. The one who rolled the lowest is
Hi.
Sabine. Go ahead and tell us what happened last session.
All right. So we come to the conclusion that Arcanist Brightmoor is currently reading a book in regards to the teeth of the dragon. After the meal, we all went east into the mines, and we were shown that the trick was shown to us by Morana. Then, out of nowhere, the mining picks started to animate and tried to bludgeon us and or impale us to death. Several of the party were fallen by these picks until Lord Hayne himself and his friend teleported in and assisted. He used some sort of magic that I was very, very unaware of. And we were, sorry, I'm starting to lose my train of thought. After that, we went back and then questions were asked, and I asked if any other females had been imprisoned, in which I was informed, no, yes, but they have never been seen to leave. This worries my character just a little bit. There were no gems found by any of us, and Morana afterwards went to the Alchemist and was invited to dinner with Lord Hayne. The good news is Kellen survived his ordeal in the Bastille and was reunited with the party, where he informed us that Lord Hayne has a proposition for us to take care of some business. It was also noticed that Torg is in bad shape, like he had been beaten badly by multiple people. That's what I got.
Okay. And that's where we pick up the session, with the party now enjoying their breakfast, as it were. Kellen returned to the party and not given much of a chance to rest. The party now eating their bowl of eggs and various other assortments that could count as food, and are given the chance to converse, if only for a little while. What are you all doing?
I'm going to finish my meal and Kellen, what is it that he wants us to do exactly again?
Still eating, slowly but steadily. Anyway, as I had said before, the the animated tools and whatnot that are attacking people. He wants us to get to the bottom of it and stop that from happening.
Oh, goody. Well, let's see what we can do. Hopefully he gives us something to be able to work with, because I don't know if I can deal with everything with just a potato sack and a mining pick.
I made sure to negotiate that we would need tools and proper rest.
You asking for tools and him supplying us with tools are two completely different things. This man seems to enjoy our suffering.
Just about anybody's, it seems.
Well, I'm game. What's the worst that can happen?
Well, we die, I suppose.
Or we get thrown back in the Bastille for failure. Don't forget about that.
Hmm.
But she kind of nudges him with her elbow since they're sitting side by side. Could be worse. Who knows? Maybe we'll find out something useful. Let's look at the optimism.
It's possible. But for the meantime, I was just hoping to fill my belly with whatever this stuff is, and get some proper rest before we're sent off to do his dirty work.
Did you get a look at Torg? He's not looking too well.
I'm assuming he probably said something out of turn and was beaten for his troubles.
She would glance over at Creighton's table, or something else.
Well, is Creighton and such looking pretty beat up as well, or is he fine?
We'll call this a perception check.
Okay, perception check. Here we go. 14. My dice.
I'll take a look.
Oh, better.
Sure. Just as a word of warning, next time I will prompt you to roll. But a 22 and a 14, you would see that there are some mild bruises on Creighton's features. None that he's trying to hide or anything like that. But it looks like he's far better off than Torug.
Are the amount of people who are sitting with him different than the number of the previous meal?
What do you mean?
Is it less, more, same?
Does he have more cronies or less cronies?
Looks to be about the same.
Okay. Seeing if Torg managed to beat the living crap out of somebody.
Oh, Foundry is acting up today.
After a moment of silence, watching Creighton, especially when Silurill was near that individual, she would eventually ask, "Did Hayne give an estimate amount of time before we went off on his errand?"
He did not say, but I did say that, at least for myself, if I'm to do some work, I would need some proper rest, as I am. Well, let's just say that 2 days of torture is not good for the Constitution.
course.
One day of torture wasn't good for the Constitution. What are you talking about?
You had best reserve your strength.
They intend to.
Very well.
Alaric, Silarun, what are you both doing?
Silvera had finished her eggs, and she's just warming by the fire. At this point, she's grown very bored of the antics of some of her companions.
Understood. Alaric, are you with us?
What? No.
Okay. Is there anything else, any conversations or anything you guys would like to have while you're here?
Yuria would pipe up after a little bit. You are correct, Kellen. She side-eyes the guards across from them, then looks back. We do need allies.
As I was saying, though it looks like we are sort of drawing a line in the sand in my absence. You've made firmer enemies. Hopefully we can make some firmer allies in the meantime.
There's a thin smile. I, unfortunately, deduced the same. It stands to reason, she sort of leans in, that we won't be the last prisoners entering this keep. Perhaps we can poach some recruits for our side who have not been tainted by ill first impressions, or, she looks over Kellen's shoulder at Creighton, others' venomous words.
That, I suppose, or we could always just arrange to an accident for Creighton and undermine his support, couldn't we?
Her lips squeeze together, pursing. That, I think, will be more difficult than you imagine.
It would be, but that's the challenge. If he is gathering supporters, then the best way to do it is cut it off at the knees.
She shakes her head. I don't think his knees are particularly vulnerable at the moment. He has the ears of the gods, their respect or fear. The man can almost do whatever he wants.
That we need.
Hmm?
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Yuria.
Well, I'm simply saying if there's an opportunity, perhaps. If that opportunity presents itself, we shouldn't wait on it, is all.
We should also be careful. Fighting a war on too many fronts might result in a loss. Devastating loss. We also need to pick the terrain in which we choose, and the method in which we choose to fight.
Yeah. Accidents happen in mines all the time. But ultimately, it's a matter of biding our time.
Her nostrils flare. You understand that if you somehow miraculously do pull off this accident, we will be the first suspects?
Perhaps. But then again, accidents are accidents. And if no one is left standing holding a knife in their hand, then who is to say anybody is responsible? Perhaps he slipped and fell on his own knife.
There's a withered, dry look pointed at Kellen. Do you honestly believe anyone would buy that?
I don't really care what they would believe. It's more a matter of presentation.
You had better. There's no justice here. They don't need evidence to put you in the Bastille again. And you're not going to get away with any accidents if you
Well-
keep finding yourself down there and are watched like a hawk.
Well, since you are so full of criticism, why don't you provide us some ideas instead? It's far more constructive.
Let's
We've
focus on the task at hand, and then we can deal with other issues later.
She raises her... She opens her hands, sort of a gesture of relinquishing the argument. I suppose so. What is there to prepare for this little errand?
Well, when Lord Hayne calls for us, I suppose we go in, although I did, like you said, negotiate for a period of rest. And unfortunately, Miss Marana here has a dinner date. We can only hope that she emerges from it unscathed.
Oh,
Yuria side glances to Morana. Did he mention when this meeting would happen?
I'm led to believe.
Sorry?
Evening. Sorry. God.
Mike's still acting up.
She's currently bludgeoning it to death.
As
Yeah,
you do.
sorry. But yes, she says, anytime I try to affect Morana's voice, it doesn't work.
Check your Discord sensitivity.
It hasn't changed.
I mean, that's fine, but turn it down. Your voice may have changed.
Try this. Nope. That.
Okay. Alaric, Celeron.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry. I put myself on push to talk. Let me know if this works better.
Seems to be working so far. Go ahead and reply. Technical difficulties. Always fun.
I can
Slow start today, huh?
I can hear the violence from here.
No, I spoke. Did you hear me?
Nope.
No.
No.
No sound came out.
Oh, wow. So absolutely no sound happened.
Correct.
Okay, well, she says,
Gone again.
God
Dear.
damn.
I don't think you're going to be able to whisper.
I can't, I'm even speaking normally. It's not coming through. But yes, she says this evening.
Okay.
All right.
This is lunchtime, right? I mean,
This is breakfast.
this is breakfast.
Correct. This
These are
was about 30, 40 minutes after Killen had came back from the Bastille. It is currently the 20th of God's Night.
Bitch, I don't know when that is.
Oh, that
Alaric
could be.
looks up from his bowl to Morana and curls up a brow skeptically. I'm less afraid for him. What afraid for you?
Her token lights up, but no words come out.
All right. Can you hear me now?
For now.
Cool.
Oh, it's
All
gone. It was there, and then it left.
right. Cool. Fucking cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
Pain, agony, even.
What are the rest of you doing?
Waiting.
Brother.
Apologies. Tech difficulties like to show up from time to time, either through my end or through the player's end.
We like to keep him on his toes.
After I finish my bowl, I'm going to take it up to the chute. Walking past, giving Silduril a quick nod. Throws it in, and then she is going to walk back the long way, giving Torg a nod, kind of giving him the "Are you okay?" look.
He doesn't even look at you. The moment you come up and put your items in the receptacle, his attention immediately shifts to look away somewhere else. And you can see, more than likely the reason is because as you're moving up to the counter, Nathan is already staring at you.
And then I'm going to walk back. I'm going to look at Nathan and give him a kind of a half curtsy and walk back. Not disrespectful, just acknowledging him. You know what I mean?
It'd be a different interaction if you had. It's okay.
I give a half curtsy and then the finger. Yo.
Back to the Bastille.
Shit.
Bye.
You're gonna get your knees broken and then get put in the Bastille.
Ooh. Hope you had arm day a lot.
Hope you didn't skip arm day for like a year.
Hope you're looking like Uncle Iroh in that prison scene.
Oh no.
What the fuck?
You guys are great.
Thanks.
Things are happening.
Well, while we wait for Marana, is there anything else anybody would like to do? Discuss, talk about, what have you? Bit of a shame that she's having technical difficulties, seeing as her dinner with Lord Hayne is tonight.
Yeah, that's rough.
Kind of sad, yeah.
Pretty sad.
Kind of hard to be one of the focal points of the roleplay tonight if your phone doesn't work.
Big oof.
Seeing that it might be later, or tomorrow even, before we're set off on this adventure, and seeing that perhaps their intentions are perhaps more pressing to the concern of the party than whatever they're going to face down there, Yuria will open her third eye and begin sort of.
What the fuck?
Hey man.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, she's gonna detect the thoughts of the of Creighton's gang, sort of.
Ah.
Does she actually have a third eye, or are you just being
No,
facetious
I'm
and you're
just being
speaking? I was about to say, what the fuck?
Yeah, guys, but she pulls back her fucking hair. It's like, oh yeah, sorry guys.
Oh no!
Addendum.
In her mouth just opens up.
Oh,
You didn't see that in the portrait picture?
Oh god, that's not a blink, that's a thrink.
It's actually in my ear.
Go ahead and post the card for Detect Thoughts for me.
Very well.
You're using your latent ability, right?
Correct.
I don't like that.
What's the matter, not having a good time? For the duration, you can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When you cast a spell on as an action, you can focus your mind on any one creature that you can see within 30 feet. The creature choose has an intelligence of 30 or lower. You initially on the surface thoughts. How many times can you cast this?
Once per day.
All right, so
Or
who
long
are you
rest.
picking out of his group?
She will be picking. So it's for 30 minutes, right? So I'm assuming that means she can basically flip between.
Was it
like-
30 minutes?
Yeah.
For the
can see
duration, you
folk-
can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When
Oh,
you cast a
any one
spell-
creature. My
Yeah.
bad. Forgot the one.
Well, it says that you can switch, you can shift your attention from one creature to the next.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You can search for thoughts within 30 feet of you. This spell can penetrate barriers. You can't detect. Once you detect the presence of the creature in this way, you can read the thoughts for the rest of the duration as described above, even if you can't see it. Oh. Bet.
Okay. You hear me?
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
So you concentrate for a minute by the looks of it.
Oh, is that what that 1 minute means?
Yeah. So it's a 1 minute concentration.
Okay. So yeah, for basically a minute while she's sitting there, her eyes would sort of glaze over, and she'd basically be flipping between. She can't quite reach this fourth, or a fifth, excuse me. But she'll basically be flipping between Creighton and these other three just to see. I'm assuming they're talking to each other at the
They are.
moment.
There's a very,
Yeah.
very hushed conversation. Like,
Right.
you can hear like the sort of subtle like smacking of the lips
Mm-hmm.
that you would hear when like you're trying to whisper. Like,
Right.
that's effectively what's happening.
Right. She would start flipping between like the people who would be talking at the time, sort of hopping between them as the conversation progresses, just to get an idea of what's on the collective mind. Looking for anything beyond, I'm hungry.
All right, Marana.
I'm hungry.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me now?
We're gonna see how long this lasts, but yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Yay. But yes, what did I miss? I'm sorry.
I believe Alaric had a statement or a question.
Oh.
Yes. Do I repeat it?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give it a preface. Alaric reaches into his empty bowl and plucks free from its bottom what seems like a harmless little sliver of bone. With it, much like a toothpick, he starts idly picking at his teeth while he looks Morana over. Among our friends here, we have some lofty notions of getting away and things. But I must be true, lady. I fear for you, going into the wolves' den.
He just holds kind of a grim sort of expression for a moment, as if rather much agreeing with what Alaric seems to say. But after a moment, she pulls it together as in a trained fashion. We shall see what comes of it, I suppose.
I do suppose anything can be done with enough aristocratic dignity.
Dignity is no longer the name of the game here, so it will need a certain sort of grace to maneuver this, I'm afraid.
But wasn't that what drove him to you to begin with? You remaining dignified against all trial and fallout. That is what he wants. The flower.
There's kind of she very, very pointedly tries not to make a face, but you can see some roiling disgust beneath her features. I am not a prize so easily won.
As she says this, she'd get to see Alaric like suckling his teeth and knocking free the meat and things. While prodding it with the toothpick, he does not look very much convinced. Sure. Just be safe. Yes. Don't make any promises you cannot keep, I suppose.
I don't intend on making any promises.
There's just kind of a bit of an angry stare down at her bowl.
He more or less flicks the little piece of bone into his own bowl. It rattles audibly.
I mean, you could look at the bright side. At least you're gonna get to wear some regular clothes for a little bit.
Hmm. There's just a very dismissive at that. Small comfort as it is.
Listen, I'm grasping at straws here. This place is horrible. Trying to keep the hope.
You hear one of the guards just off to the side.
It's not supposed to be nice. She shrugs.
You can feel the stare that's coming from Nathan to the back of your head.
She'll pipe down a little bit.
Yuria. Detecting thoughts. Jumping between these figures, you learn of their conversation. Talking, it appears to be sort of going over this plan, attempting to retain information that's being given by Creighton. And it is, from what you can tell, the death of Torug. Or the simple idea that Torug has to go. And this is the reoccurring theme that seems to be brought up. Most of them don't appear to be talking. It just appears to be Creighton with some having some responses that are more idle than actual conversation. Either agreeing or disagreeing, what have you. But the thought that comes to mind is Torug is lucky. Torug has allies. Either he goes or they go. And that's the general conversation that you get bouncing between the heads.
I'm assuming nothing about how they plan on doing that.
No, nothing, at least nothing that's discussed here, just what their intentions are. It appears that this is perhaps not the only place that they talk.
Understandable. All right.
Phenomenal.
So yeah, while she's reading the mind, anyone who'd be looking at her, she would sort of just slump over her food, like leaning over it, just absently staring at the backs of Creighton's group. Anyone in front of her would see that her eyes have sort of glazed over and have even dilated as she's focusing on something else. It would almost appear that she just took some sort of drug. Her head would occasionally droop, even like someone resisting the urge to fall asleep, and then suddenly she'd snap back to reality, blink herself into the present moment.
Are you quite all right, Yuria?
They're discussing the death of Torug. She mutters very low.
Do we hear it? The rest of us.
What she just said?
That's right.
Yuria?
Yeah, it'd be loud enough for them. In their words, he goes, or we, his supposed allies, go.
As Yuria says this, Alaric looks to Kellen expectantly.
Her eyes also shift to Kellen, sort of judging his response.
That would be the expected route, of course. Although they haven't given us any actionable plans, it seems. Well, it sounds like they're just rabble-rousing at the moment.
You should know that I stopped Creighton the first time he tried to assassinate Torrig. When we had only just arrived, he was going to shiv him with a spoon. She folds her arms over her chest. Torrig does not seem to be doing well, either in Hayne's eyes, if his bruises and scars are anything to go by. If you don't intervene, he will not live much longer, I suspect. In fact, he may be gone by the time we're back from this errand.
You say it as if I am the only one responsible for Torig's life.
She chuckles. I wanted...
Well, he is your friend.
He is an ally. I would have hoped that it would have been seen as our ally.
He has no allies, Kellen. He's a friendless man. A small opportunity presents itself, and Alaric leans slightly into the table, hands splayed out to press them on it, and then himself leaning to them to better address every face with a hushed tone. We could use him to strike perhaps even an alliance with them, or a truce. We could use what little trust the orc has for us, lead them out to a place where they can do their vengeance, and we're free of their wrath.
Sabine will lower her voice. There is no honor in that, and I will not have that blood on my hands. Understand something. I will gladly aid any single one of you. I will not aid in you committing a murder, or assisting one. Are we clear, Alaric?
Then you could have stayed right where you were seated. This is not a matter of honor. I want us all to survive. All of us.
At the cost of what?
His life?
What is a life with a regret looming over you?
I much prefer my life to his, if that is what you ask.
You're not saying to stay our hand. You're saying to set him up. No.
He can fight his battle then. Unless, of course, you have better ideas, Dame.
He's even looking at anyone because of his state. You... And the sheer fact that you would leave someone out to dry like that does not bode well. Because what happens if it doesn't stop at him? What if it goes to Sildaril, or Marana, or Kellen? Will you do the same?
I will bite into this hypothetical of yours. Let us say they find some kind of complaint towards one of us. At least we have ourselves, our group. We can guard each other.
They've already explained a complaint in regards to her, and she'll gaze over at Sildaril. So, where does it stop? Answer me, Your Highness.
I don't believe for a minute they will begin the same sort of grudge for us as they do with him.
Then
There's
you
something here we don't know about. A question that hasn't been answered. Why is that Bandera there? And why are we making it our problem? We cannot even know when it ends, when we don't even know when it begins.
A good point. Unfortunately, I think one made a little late. This group, which has been put together, has already declared its alliance. You would have to convince them to believe you if you wanted to betray Torig. And Miss Sabine is right. You, good sir, and Miss Silveril have already made it clear that you do not particularly like the average man in this place. Once Torig is dealt with, I suspect they would turn to you. They fear you, your position, and her strength. Also, the death of Torig would more than likely alienate us from Reyna. She shrugs.
You think they're friends?
They fought together against the Golem. They talked together. It seems.
But they never sat together.
Haven't they? She tilts her head.
When we first entered here, they were not together. And afterwards, they barely even talked.
Who knows? We start out together, maybe we will end up the same way, sitting at different tables, brooding.
Fine. If we will not betray the orc, then we need to help the orc.
I do agree with.
Also not necessarily true.
If he dies, and we have no hand in his death, we will not profit from it, and it will change the balance of this place.
That might be their actual intentions.
Perhaps.
At this point,
I do.
At this point, you hear Nathan, who has begun speaking. Your time in the galley is over. Finish your meals and deposit them. You will be heading into the mine.
Ah, what a wonderful day of rest.
Yuria would finish her meal and then rise with her bowl. She would offer to take Alaric's bowl.
Alaric kind of mannishly stands up, rolling a shoulder. Sorry. And when she offers, he reaches out and lays his bowl gently over hers.
Takes it and shuffles off towards the slots.
Which side was the side that we usually go out for the mines? Sorry.
To the right. To the left takes you to the shower. Despite this announcement, however, Creighton does not stand. His goons do, but he remains seated, just eating. Now that it appears that breakfast is over is now when he begins to eat.
Weird flex.
He's talking about sending people to the mines. That's when. Where is Nathan? It's nonsense. Huh, I don't actually see Nathan.
He's lurking in the
Oh, there he
shadows
is.
down here.
He's in the shadow. Yeah, you're right. After depositing his stuff, he makes his way over towards Nathan. Kellen does, that is. And I was led to believe that there would be some rest before Lord Hayne sent us about our duties, rather than go to the mines. Is that just for me, or is it for my companions as well?
Your rest is that you are not being taken to the arena, Gribotch.
So Lord Hayne doesn't want us at our best shape before we, execute his duties.
You're not going anywhere today or tomorrow. Lady Lamordia has a dinner date. You will be working in the mine.
It seems the graciousness of our host knows no bounds.
He says nothing.
Of course. Wanders off tiredly.
Okay. This is a time skip period. I'm going to ask if there's any conversations you guys would like to have while you're down in the mines. You let me know. And one of you will roll to determine if any of you find any crystals. Understood?
Yeah, do we roll for the group or individually?
This will be one person rolls for the whole group.
As a note, Solra would have posted up with Alaric again.
I
Understood.
was gonna say those two have the best luck.
We would have hit big stones together.
Mm-hmm. Working on that team building exercise. Well,
I'll stick with Morana again.
is there any conversations you guys would like to have down in the mine?
I would just give her a little bit of coaching to redirect the conversation and retract direction of his attention if things get, I'm going to say awkward, it's the word I'm going to use.
That's a word. That's certainly a word for it.
Yeah, Yuria would sort of casually mention to Kellen. If you are determined to get allies, I know you personally scorn the idea of bringing in these crystals for yourself, but perhaps if we are lucky and you collect one, we could offer them to some fresher faces, get some favor with the prisoners to counteract the, she glares at Siluril and Alaric posted together, more intimidating side of our little posse.
That's a good idea, though I think today I might actually be amenable to taking a crystal just so I could get some rest.
You look at him and he looks haggard.
She blinks, sort of recognizing his fatigue for the first time. Oh, quite sorry. Well,
any other time, though, it's a good idea.
Well, you may wish to simply pretend to work. The guards may get agitated if you take a nap or something.
Oh, I intended to more or less fake it, but yes.
I suppose I will be faking it along with you. Or trying. I'm not very skilled with this sort of work.
Well, manual labor, luckily, only requires so much effort. I think if you're not actually trying to get it, you just let the pick do most of the work. Gravity and all that.
She snorts. You should have been here yesterday. I don't know if you'd be saying let picks do the work.
Huh. I heard. Suppose it's a bad turn of phrase, given what happened.
It's fine. And I'll end the conversation there, so we're not talking for another 30 minutes.
Again, this is the moment where you guys are sort of not under the constant view of the guards, so you're able to have conversations sort of more openly, right? Though we're not on the map, you guys are in the mine currently, so.
Thank God, that means we can't possibly have combat in here, Smile.
Roll initiative.
Oh no!
I'm good to go.
Okay. Anybody else?
Silverill's like crayons. I got nothing.
All right.
Indeed.
Who of the party would like to roll the D100?
Why don't you roll a D6?
Sorry, bit delayed. In between each hour, 30 minutes of hard work, Alaric would JoJo pose
Oh my
while
God.
resting.
So the real would as well.
Ah, yes, good.
They pose together. It's great.
That's right.
Interesting. What
There's
benefit?
side listens.
It's like T-posing together, or what?
What benefit
JoJo
does this
posing. Who are
provide?
you?
This sounds like a meme that I don't.
Morale. What do you mean?
Morale. Interesting. Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh my god. This is happening.
We'll see how morale boosting your JoJo poses
Remember when
are.
I said we? Remember when I said?
I would like mine to be performance.
I'd like mine to be intimidation.
Oh my God.
Sure. Individual rolls. Performance and intimidation.
Intimidate those crystals into giving up.
Remember when I said we couldn't possibly have combat down here?
Yeah, why did
I
you
lied.
say that?
There you go.
Oh my
There's your JoJo. There it is. JoJo
Oh
pose.
my God.
Phenomenal.
The world, JoJo.
If there were
Inspiration, if you will. Morale.
if there were any intent to fight you, if there was anybody making a move, it was stopped this instant.
My God.
Any shivs that were being presented, any guards ready to unleash their cudgels, immediately stop. You are not affected the entire time you were in the mine. You are left alone. People actively avoid you.
You
fear the half.
scary. Damn, Momo, you scary.
People actively give you wide berths to sort of deposit rocks and crystals, even if it takes longer.
Bro, look at these deltoids. Look at these fucking extensors, triceps, biceps, just showcasing the goods.
Now that
Pulls her shirt collar down. Gaze upon my glistening trapezius.
Look, I know she probably can't stop trying to beat the shit out of me, but I ain't risking it.
now that that's out of the way, who would like to roll the D100 to determine if the party finds any crystals?
I'll do it.
Sure. High
For the love of God.
higher or low, Yuria?
Yes, the
Oh,
one that
boy.
doesn't do any work to get the crystals. Let's
Well, I
have
was going to
them roll.
recommend the one fatigue guy in the group to do it.
She was directing. That's what her contribution is.
Hi.
High, sure.
Why not? Go wrong.
That's what I go with.
Easy. Go wrong.
A lot of things. But we won't.
Foundry does not want to work today, or at least not actively show stuff. What is happening? Oh, well. Okay. Now I need you individually to roll me a D8.
Everyone or just me?
You individually.
Alrighty.
What is happening? Why is...
It's all dice.
I mean, I'm seeing the rolls just fine. So
Foundry
my
is
end
not picking up the dice rolls for some reason. Or at least... Wow, that was super delayed.
Yada yada.
Holy shit. Okay. You do find crystals. You only find 2, however.
Easy.
Easy clap.
So, who would you like to hand the other crystal to?
I could give it to Kellen. She looks very sternly at Yuria, annoyed as fuck that she is the one that gets to control the crystals.
Look what I found. Me.
All by myself with no help.
I did this. She sort of side eyes Kellen, offering one to him. Do you want this?
If you have no better use for it.
Take it.
It seems I'm being given little choice. Very
I have
well.
a use for one. I wouldn't like to stop sleeping on rocks, after all. After that...
Oh, that's right. Sabine got her fucking rid of her exhaustion level. That's right.
Correct.
Very well. Do what you can with the rest while you're here. Maybe some other prisoners need help. We're getting some allies that way. But I'd rather not have Miss Hilda put me over her knee.
I'm gonna ask, is
He
Torg
quirks
in the
him well.
mines?
Why not?
He is not.
Okay.
At least not in your section.
DM, RPY. Who got the crystals?
Yuria. Oh, RP wise?
Yes, who mined them out? Who manifested them?
Oh.
I don't know. I'll let you all determine that. This is literally a group roll. So,
As a group, we've managed to unearth two.
yes,
somehow.
as a group, you've managed to unearth 2 crystals. One is going to Kellen, and then there's another free crystal.
So Siluril and Alaric got the crystals.
I mean, if that's
No,
how
don't laugh. I'm asking you guys, the group.
If
Oh.
if your JoJo posing is want to be super effective, I guess you could go with that. Yeah.
Only one rest.
Why don't we roll for it if we ever come
Let's
up
roll
with a
for it.
question?
All right, let's roll for it.
You guys do that.
What are you
Enjoy.
rolling? What are you-
Go with a
what are you rolling?
D20.
High or low though.
Whoever gets
Oh.
the highest.
I don't think
There you
that's how
go.
it works.
I mean, it doesn't say who gets highest, who gets lowest, but yeah, okay. Okay.
Foundry is either that or my version over here just doesn't want to work for Ghost.
Reload your ghost.
I'm seeing things just fine. Why don't you give it a quick reload?
Real quick, we are going to reload Ghost.
Siluril would wave her hand. You know, she's looking a little rough. Just with like how many days we've all been here, and just things she's not used to, which are, you know, lacking of fresh water whenever she wants it. The general hospitable things she would receive, being a, you know, part of the Ashfords in Ettenmoor, is finally starting to take a little bit of a toll on her physical features. She would probably look a little leaner and whatnot, and she would just wave her hand, waving her right to the crystal.
And, dipping into that dehumanizing aspect of being in prison.
Was it obvious while they were mining that she was slowly, increasingly succumbing to
Oh,
that
no.
feeling, that exhaustion?
It's not exhaustion she's exporting. It's like, it's just the toll of a shift in diet, the toll of, you know, a shift in readily available minerals going into her body, that kind of thing. It's not exhaustion. She still hits like a fucking ram, but it's just a shift in
Psychological
demeanor.
Her skin's a little less glowy.
Oh, honey, she always glowing for the gods. Them tattoos don't change.
And then there is a physical toll that is being had on most of you, save for maybe Yuria and Morana. The rest of you, though, you would see that there is the sort of atrophy that's coming about, the sort of slow loss of muscle and fats, and the general sort of shift in your body as your diet has went from whatever rich diets you may have had in the past to what is scraps now.
Everybody's looking gaunt and pinched. Very good.
Sabine would actually ask Yuria for the crystal.
So, the way Yuria would have gotten him, right, it's just she would have basically come in.
the last second.
Yeah, essentially everyone else would have picked them, and then she would have come in and tapped her bracelets against the crystals, thus cracking them.
Ooh, interesting trick.
And so she wouldn't have the crystals. She would just be the one who has them in hand at the time. She quirks a brow to Sabine. I would like a bed, if... What do you wish this crystal for?
Well, in my little outburst when I got upset, all my things were taken from me. I just ask for the mirror back because it is something that I used to revere with my god.
She purses her lips. Your god.
Yes.
The gold card.
Well played.
You have to give this to me. It's part of my religion. Hand it over.
Laura would put
Uh-oh.
the pickaxe over her shoulder. The gold card. She would turn and walk away from him.
Clever girl.
I'll even roll a persuasion if you wish.
Very well.
That's between both of you.
Enjoy at your leisure.
Roll, because she really wants that bed. Sleeping on a rock is pretty bad.
Looks with the pouty face and the doughy eyes. It would just really help me.
What the fuck's...
Insight
There it
is
is.
what you're looking for.
Yes!
She grits her teeth.
That doesn't mean you win.
No.
You could just be like, nah.
What exactly do you plan on... What does revering your god accomplish in this place? Is that going to help anyone else?
They will try and take my dignity. I will not let them take my faith. And yes, it does help. There are certain things that typically I'm able to do. But with these, and she'll look at the manacles, makes it more difficult. But laxing on my daily routine is not something I wish to continue doing.
Her chin juts out. She slowly, very hesitantly, offers the crystal. You and Marana owe me now.
Like, make me an offer.
Indeed.
Alaric,
Gods.
roll me a D100.
Okay.
We're about to get fucked up.
Roll your odds of getting shivved.
Ah, my shoulder.
There is a moment passing as it is, where the rest of you are handing out crystals during your very long hours of toiling beneath the earth. There is a moment where you see Arcanist Raynor. The Arcanist has in his possession what appears to be another crystal. And
This guy.
given your given what happened to you last time, Alaric, you would see that the Arcanist is well, at least what appears to be the other prisoners who attacked you. One of them, the murderer, who looks horrible is the only way to describe them. Deep sort of gashes that still are barely healed, long wraps of like bandages over wounds, deep contusions that have completely discolored their face and shoulders. That wasn't damage you did. You know that to be the guards. But you would see that the Arcanist is currently in the middle of talking with this individual, and in his hand has two crystals. He presses one into that person's hand and gestures over his shoulder towards you as if discussing. You can see the person immediately like grimace and like with their one good eye squint, in which the Arcanist gives a shake of his head, a waggle of his finger, taps the crystal once, and then gestures over his shoulder towards you again. And you would see the individual raise their head once at you, like a nod, and sort of tap their fist to their chest in your direction and turn around and leave. The Arcanist then approaches you.
Who all saw this?
Alaric.
Okay, just the Alaric.
And I guess anybody standing next to Alaric, but it sounds like you all were discussing and talking with one another.
Kellen's probably too tired to notice much.
Siluriel would have been next to Alaric, but she wouldn't have really cared.
The Arcanist approaches you, Alaric, and tosses you the other crystal.
Alaric catches it and returns to the Arcanist, more or less quizzical look.
Consider it another investment. I have hopefully soothed over mended ties between you and our large friend over there. Preferably from shanking you in the prison shower while your back is turned. Hopefully that doesn't happen now.
How did you convince him?
I told him that the crystal was from you.
Bribery.
A peace offer.
Alaric's brows go up. Arcanist, what of you? Don't you need crystals?
With how easy I am able to find them, Your Highness, crystals are of little import. Friends, however, much more important.
It is at that moment that in Alaric's head, it clicks. So that is how you've sat alone this whole time. How you've been more than fine being alone. More or less, just about all of them are your friends, aren't they? Or at least owe you a little bit.
There's a very sort of not so subtle smirk that crosses over his lips. It's very easy to buy friends.
Kellen tiredly watches this interaction and gives Arcanist an approving nod, like, I had my... He was, thinking to himself that he might have had his doubts about the guy's intentions, but like, this guy's got it on the ball now. All right, respect.
Well, Alaric waves the crystal at him. Consider me bought. And he throws it slightly in the air, then catches it in his palm and presses it to his chest like a salute.
Can Siluriel try to catch it as he throws it in the air?
Oh boy.
I'll let both of you
Sleight of
decide
hand.
Can Alaric catch Siluriel's face with his elbow as he tries to snatch it
I
from
will
the air?
let both of you discuss
PvP
that.
initiated.
Kellen catch Alaric's face for a quick smooch.
PvP is started. Roll initiative.
I just want to... Can I see if I can catch it when he throws it in the air?
This is the part where you guys fumble and it hits the ground and explodes.
And
Could
kill
Alaric
everybody.
forearm shiver Siluriel across the fucking cave?
Listen here. Don't roll initiative. I am too tired for this shit.
I'm backing up.
You
At least
monsters.
30 feet.
You fucking monsters.
I'm being
would-
serious. I would
You
like
just
to
have
roll to see if I could grab it.
Yeah,
It
figure
would
it
have been
out.
in a
What would you like
playful
to roll?
manner. I don't fucking know. That's the DM's rules. I don't know what to roll.
Hold
You
on,
can
hold on.
figure it out.
Jesus Christ, hold on. I never want to sort of like, yeah, do PvP and whatever.
It's not PvP.
Hold on. Any action against another player asking to do persuasion, what have you, is like technically PvP. However, because he agreed to it, go ahead and roll me a, we'll call this athletics to try and snatch it out of the air.
She rolls athletic, and I roll my unarmed attack.
Sure.
Ah,
No, I'm kidding. Athletics, right?
Yeah, this would be contested athletics.
Just pinnacles of teamwork.
remember this, Alaric says as he lodges a pickaxe in her spleen.
I hope you remember this because I'm going to.
Oh,
Oh no.
I see.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is how we're going to roleplay this out. Siluriel caught the crystal, but he caught her wrist.
You two are gonna have a stare off.
I would.
Siluriel would have grinned at him. What's wrong, Your Highness? You can't get slow. This probably would have been the first time you heard her laugh since you guys got here.
Dirty.
How to keep you on your feet, hmm?
Sabine would chuckle.
Well, okay. Good of you to keep me in check. And he lets go of her arm.
And she would let go of the crystal.
then it detonates and kills us all.
Before she lets it go, he clasps a hand around her fist and shakes his head as though keep it, but rather stop it.
She'd let it go. Just like playfully kick at the
Keep away.
playfully just kick at the, you know, it can be deduced if it's like the loopiness of exhaustion and change of diet that's caused her to do this, or if she's just trying to find some kind of camaraderie in this group of people she's forced to be around. She'll kind of kick at the head of the pickaxe and put it back on her shoulder, and she just laughs.
Cyril, I mean it. Keep it. Maybe you can ask for better food. Who knows?
No,
You're
no.
looking quite haggard.
That is fine. I am fine.
I'll take it.
Shut up.
The crystal is yours to do with as you please, Your Highness. It is nothing more than an investment for, from what I can tell, most of you.
And let it be known, Arcanist, I owe you. And Alaric wags a finger at him.
If you happen to get out of here, or have a means of getting out here, feel free to share. He turns, sort of joyfully, or sort of more, sort of like a subtle pep to his step, sort of walking as he twirls the pickaxe.
Arcanist, I have a question.
You have many of those?
Not really. Not with you. I've only asked one, really. I let the others do the talking. You dabble in things that I feign to understand. We have been possibly contracted by Lord Hayne to go take care of the floating pickaxe problem.
It's far more than
you'd
that.
be able to come with us?
No. Not for lack of trying. I'm afraid that whatever Lord Hayne has planned for you, it's for you and you alone. Meaning, I cannot join, meaning Torog cannot join. Though I imagine he wishes he could. And it is not floating pickaxes you're to find the source. Whatever's causing them to float.
That I understand. But I know. I'm going to lean over to Silveril and I'm going to whisper, turn that in so that Torog can get appropriate medical attention.
As you lean over to her, she kind of like leans away.
No, it's just so that you can hear her as she lowers her voice. She doesn't encroach too bad.
Alaric has the crystal, by the way. Siluriel didn't take it.
Oh.
Yeah, she would kind of lean away and like point at Alaric.
Oh.
As he holds the crystal.
I thought he still had it. That's my bad.
6 feet, brother.
Then I would go to Alaric and I'd be like, as you said earlier, we either need to get him as an ally and help him, or let it be. Use this to get him medical attention. On behalf of you, or whoever you wish in the party.
Dame, don't take it as an insult. What you're saying makes sense. And I would do it. But already Lord Hayne has threatened me with helping others and saying things and doing things on behalf of others. And if I were to walk up to him and offer this crystal on behalf of Torok, he'd most likely take my right hand by the wrist.
Then, if you would allow me, I will gladly do so.
No.
Don't you already have a crystal? She
Then
scowls
yes.
at Sabine.
Then fine. That is what I will use this crystal for.
What happened to your god?
Goths. Indeed.
You have to find beauty in the kindness of things you can do. And after speaking things out, I think this should be the more appropriate endeavor.
And if anything, an act of selflessness is more worship than a little altar.
I thought, at least when I initially heard the rumors, when gods talking of a more promiscuous prisoner, I thought it nothing more than male gallivanting, sort of talking themselves up. I realize now you're a worshipper of Serial.
Yes, I am.
Good luck here.
Tell me about it.
Arcanist,
He stops again, looks back.
do many prisoners meet with Lord Hayne personally?
You can see the recognition, like he was trying to avoid this conversation.
Oh no.
Oh, ooh, it's time for the talk.
He sort of brushes his hands down the front of his rough, like he's trying to look presentable, sort of brushing his hands down the front of his rough spun clothing, sort of making himself more presentable. My lady, how best to say it to not outright hurt morale? Well, not many do, no. I believe during my entire time here, I've had a singular encounter with Lord Hayne by himself that wasn't accompanied by guards. I have never seen the inside of the keep. I have heard rumors that those that are invited to Lord Hayne's abode do not return. But
I see.
For what it is worth, my lady, I am hoping for the best in your regard.
Her eyes, Yuria's eyes shift to Kellen. She whispers in his ear, "Do you think you could perhaps buy off the dinner with that?" She points to the crystal. "You're already annoying him. I'm sure it wouldn't be surprising."
I think he's got his mind set on it, unfortunately.
She shrugs. Crystallis.
The Arcanist gives a polite bow. Very
Like
formal.
bowing turn.
Yeah, very formal for a man who's wearing prisoner garb and has sort of kept up this air of presentation even here as he turns and begins to make his way away from all of you.
Hate to badger the man, but yeah.
Oh, Arcanist. He pauses again.
I was trying to say something.
Power walks
trying.
faster.
I was trying to say something
God
earlier,
skip
but
you, Rainer.
didn't really get a chance to, so, but it's fine.
You can. It's fine. This is the whole point of this sort of interlude type deal.
Well, I
Have
was
a
just
wonderful
wondering.
evening.
I just wanted to ask him if he would do a favor to keep an eye out for Torg, since there's apparently people out trying to kill the guy, actively. That was pretty much the whole interaction. So.
More people. More than before.
If you're referring to Creighton and his sycophants that follow him around, yes, I am well aware of their intent, as is Lord Hayne, as is Guard Captain Nathan Kinsley. The problem being is that Torog is very hard to get close to. We are amicable. Or rather, I am amicable. He is more of a grunt talker.
If they cannot get to him, they will try to get to us. We have been paired with him in their eyes.
I am well aware.
She shrugs.
Yes, there are many that do not like you. Well, a few of you. The rest are just guilty by association, I'm afraid.
Yuria nods.
People certainly like to talk when they think that nobody is listening.
You said it's easy for you to get these crystals.
Is it not?
She gives him a dry look.
If it was, they wouldn't need this many prisoners, Arcanist.
He raises a brow.
She frowns. Well,
At the very least, it is not easy for me to get them.
Are you asking for help?
No, well, somewhat. Not for myself, though. You say you wish to buy off friends? I wish to do the same. With some of the fresher faces in this keep, ones who have not been tainted by venomous rumors from said sycophants.
It's very hard to find individuals that are not already tainted upon entry. There are many snakes in the grass. But, should I get any more and find any new phrases, I'll inform them that it is a gift from 6 individuals.
She bows her head. That will do just nicely.
Chin up. Keep your wits about you.
As he says chin up, from behind comes Alaric's hand to slap the back of Juris' torso. Conveying the same message, essentially.
She almost stumbles forward from the unexpected slap. This lithe woman just getting slammed in the back. She stiffens and kind of gives Alaric a curious look.
You needn't worry, Yuria. We'll keep you safe and we'll get you your crystals.
You're half the damn reason I have to bribe people not to kill us.
Then you could say
Yeah.
we're looking out for ourselves.
There's a
She,
amused
nevertheless.
chuckle as the Arcanist turns, now finally able to leave.
There's a slight smile on Yuri's lips, despite herself.
Okay. With a number of crystals in tow, Alaric, Kellen, and Sabine, you all are turned in to the guards with Lord Hayne to greet you at the elevator. The looming presence that he is stood with his hands on his hips, waiting and watching expectantly. He gives a look at you, Alaric. And what would you ask for, Crowvane?
Lord Hayne. Alaric does a half bow, as a kind of noble greeting. I only wish for better tools, yes. For mining, I should emphasize. A less weighted pickaxe, perhaps a hammer, chisel. Make the work faster, make it better, and produce more.
An interesting proposal, but one I cannot answer immediately. Pick something else.
Fair enough. I'd like better meals.
The choice of so many. Very well. Better meals for Alaric Crowvane. On the lift.
Who is accepting the crystal?
He is.
He hands it over and gets on the lift.
Next.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's... Who else had one other than me?
Me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would walk up and hand it to him. I would ask Lord Hayne that you allow Tord to go to the alchemist to get some better healing. Your champions shouldn't be as wounded as such, especially when conditions can be kind of rough, given certain circumstances.
One day out of the Bastille. One day. You find a crystal, and what you ask for is not for yourself, but for another. I'm afraid you will not last long here. That cannot happen. Pick something else.
I would like the mirror back, please.
The brow raises. Do you believe this work, this toiling that you've done, all of that in this crystal, to earn what was taken away from you already? He sort of pushes his bottom jaw out. You can see him sort of grimacing as he looks down at you. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion roll. So be it.
She would like as she asked for it, and she would kind of lift her head and look at him, and then put her head down. Thank you, my lord.
Sort of snatches the crystal out of your hand. On the lift. Well. Even now, 2 days in the Bastille doesn't seem to wane. Here you present a crystal, Greywatch. I wonder, will you give it to another?
He looks around for a moment as if contemplating the notion of it. I think I would just like to rest so that I can perform this job that you've given us. 2 days of torture does take its toll, after all.
So eager. So be it. A day of rest for the Greywatch.
Unless you would like to give the day of rest to my companions as well, but that is up to you, in your generosity.
He takes the crystal from your hand.
Yuri takes sort of a half step away from Kellen as he mentions companions.
On the lift. The guards will be down to escort the rest of you up. Lady Lemuria.
He looks up.
2 of my guards will escort you to a more appropriate cleaning chamber where you will be dressed and fitted accordingly for your dinner tonight.
Boy, howdy.
Do not keep me waiting.
Would not dream of it, my lord.
He turns, getting onto the platform. A number of guards loading up as the rest of you are forced to wait. You 3 are escorted back to your cells, where you are able to rest for the rest of the evening. Others are given a chance to come up for lunch, then sent back down, where you repeat. And as we prepare for the dinner, we're going to take a break. Go ahead and meet back in 14 minutes.
Yes, the very warm companionship of Yuri and Siluril together mining.
Siluril has half a mind to take the pickaxe to you.
Yes, it's going to be great.
Hey.
Also, just FYI, do I sound better?
You sound.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I
Great.
sound.
You sound.
That's
More
improvement.
comments of like, can you do anything, or are you just going to stand there?
She just kind of stands there and like clinks her magic mandibles together. This is my job.
This is my job.
I am so helpful. Here I am.
Give the rock sort of a half-hearted swing.
Oh my
Wolf
goodness.
strength fail.
I'm helping.
I just imagined Solar like, you could try hitting it, and she's like, like
never mind.
He utilized it.
Never mind.
Imagine that though. Imagine Jura just watching other people do it so well, while she hasn't even made like a little shaft where she's hitting with the pickaxe. Like at some point, it's gotta be so discouraging. Like I'm just gonna grab what they leave me.
She literally, like last time, the Arcanist tapped the crystal so that it was basically a jar, and she hit it, and it still didn't come loose.
And didn't you get like a 12 or a 13 or something?
It was really low,
Peak.
and the Arcanist had to do a double take because he was fucking flabbergasted.
It's just like,
I think it's like one of those like concerned faces.
It was like, oh no, she's enfeebled.
Oh no, she's got tiny baby
The
arms.
slight
This is
frame
not going to go well.
How many members of the party are prepared to never see Morana again?
I'm not.
You will be missed.
I'm not prepared for this, sadly.
Know that I
Alaric already forgot her face.
Wow.
That's rude.
I'm sure
More who?
she'll be fine.
Who's that?
It'll
Or
be
who?
okay. It'll be fine. There's no
I'm gonna go
possible
cough so
way.
hard I throw up. I'll be back.
There's no
Oh.
possible way that she could, suffer any horrors in the murder rape dungeon that is Lord Hayne.
Stop. Hey, no, I put that on my list before sending it to the DM, so.
Yeah,
Please
true,
refrain
that's
from that
true.
word. Thank you.
The
Yes.
murder
The murder dungeon. Just the murder dungeon.
murder gross dungeon. There we go.
Please refrain. Thank you.
The horrible, horrible place. In fact, you get there and it's just like furry outfits everywhere. You're like, oh no, I've seen hell.
Stop, I'm trying to commission more art. Fuck.
You can't die now. There's more art coming. Duh.
Duh.
God,
He says,
humility.
knowing full well I've killed characters that have art
Yeah.
coming. Oh, you spent how much on commissions? Bet. Roll a death saving throw.
That's why I'm so scared of it. Because, I'd love to get commissions, but I have no faith that the DM's going to keep me alive, so I could die any day. I will not tempt fate.
You know, Hayne could turn this whole prison into just a mine where everybody works willingly if he added ale to the diet. So he's feeding everybody, and then he gives them alcohol, and it goes from mining prison to just a mine.
Everybody just having a great time.
Pretty much.
Having a good time.
You know, like dwarves, they mine, they bring the ore, they get fucking shithoused, and then they go to sleep.
Yeah, I love working for Lord Hayne.
Gets me drunk.
I'm expecting Morana to come out in guard uniform, like, hey guys, yeah, he just wanted to go over like health benefits and stuff. You know?
I got a Roth 401k.
It's great.
My investments are badass. You should see the benefits.
I'm actually a secretary.
Really just wanted help. He just wanted help with his taxes. You should have seen the state of the ledgers in this place.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Turns out he knew my dad, not because like opinions, but because like my dad helped him with like filing taxes, and he was wondering if I could do the same. So also I greet the prisoners and file their IDs. They have these weird things called lanyards they're going to start handing out. It's kind of
It's kind of crunk
It's pretty cringe, but we're going to
using
allow
ancient runes. We now have small cards that allow us to open prison cells if we have the right ID. It's gonna be great. Thank God I live in Tyros, the modern first world country.
He transforms the mine into a fucking cubicle set. Oh no, it's hell!
No!
This is worse. I'd take the mine.
Prisons.
Yeah, prison is literally just like a waiting line to a cubicle.
We went from prisoners to wage slaves. It's even harder to escape now.
Go in your wage cage 5,000, you plebs.
Now we just feel guilty if we try to leave.
You live paycheck to paycheck. You're not allowed to leave.
What's that? You want a livable wage?
I'm glad I don't live paycheck to paycheck.
Sorry, your housing is going to be 75% of your income. Holy shit, is the DM medding us right now?
I came here to escape real life.
Yeah, oh. Make sure you have those quarterlies in by Monday. Thank you. No, I'm gonna need you to stay over the weekend. Actually,
no.
You're gonna need to start putting cover sheets on your TPS reports.
Thank God I'm a fucking charisma build. I can just convince someone else to do it. over and over again, accomplishing nothing. I can be that guy.
Like Melvin. Have you seen my stapler?
That's Kellen. The Bastille becomes his office.
He gets moved to the Bastille after a time. Because I want to see my stapler. It's the swing line.
Yeah, the dinner will be fine. 2 thumbs up.
It'll be okay. You'll be fine, said nobody.
Idis, are you here?
Oh.
I'm just checking to see if my mod is here or not.
Oh boy, I feel like Mr. Bite is has experienced this firsthand. I feel like he's
Yeah, that's a very
getting
like
real into character.
It's
That's
very
very specific.
There was funny. There was this really cool, like, it was a really hilarious meme. It was like office speak translated. It was like, as per your last email translates into, if you had only read it before, you fucking moron. Things like that, or like, please see the email chain. Please read, you dumb fuck. You know, things
I
like,
mean, yeah,
yeah, like, I don't know. That email made me
correct.
laugh. Yeah, that email made me, that meme made me laugh out loud pretty fucking hard, because I was just like, yeah, I've fucking literally sent emails like this before.
As per my last email.
As per the last conversation.
hello,
be a
ape man.
I'm going to be forwarding
Uh-oh.
you into this conversation now.
Welcome to D&D.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Ah, yes. The quiet interlude, the break. Don't
Quiet.
forget to hydrate and
Like and subscribe.
stretch. Okay.
Like, subscribe. Hey.
Be sure to follow so you know when we come online. By we, I mean that guy.
That guy.
That guy. Points at
There.
DM. /me points.
Flash me, points at that dude. What a dummy. Ha 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 ha.
Hey there.
I threw cinnamon rolls in the oven
Why?
because I chose not to order food.
Subbing dessert for dinner. Nice.
Yes.
As we have proven how great adults we are today. I had dessert for dinner. I'm an adult and no one can stop me.
If you guys would like, while we're still on break, if you want to use your channel points, highlight some questions, either for myself or for the players, feel free to do so.
Kellen can read them out. Not Kellen,
mean?
Kieran.
Oh,
Ooh, Arcgen, please get some rest. Holy shit.
Oh,
There's Idis.
Idis has returned.
Ah, hello, Idis. Just a question as a mod, can you do a poll? Is that something you can do? Or not a poll, prediction, I think is what it's called.
Ooh, we Gamba?
Gamba?
fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh wow, are we actually doing this? What do you think you're about to do? Holy fuck. You're
Don't.
If Idis can do it, if Idis can pull up the prediction, then yeah, we're gonna have a prediction to see if Marana dies or not during the dinner.
oh great.
Wow,
So,
fuck you.
You're asking the hard hitting questions apparently.
Wow.
Can I do this? Oh, looks like it.
Jesus.
Nice.
What are we predicting? Can I do that? All right. Nice.
Hate it. Hate it.
This is the worst kind of gamba, dude.
Very cool.
It was the wrong
I'm going to
Gamba.
bet no. Just, oh, well, it's over.
Yeah. GG, no re.
My points.
Oh shit.
What is this?
Follower goal.
Predict.
Oh shit.
Ah.
Highlight my message. Predict.
Well. With
Well,
that,
He's just don't actually like do anything. He's testing and don't actually like burn
with
your channel.
Golden Fox, Loot the Room, and Goji Rin, we beat our 1K follower goal
Holy shit.
before January was even fucking up. By the way, the 1K follower goal was my year goal. So, holy fuck.
Now it's time to set a new goal.
Oh, man.
Let's pull out the booze.
Thank you guys so much.
Speedrun partner. Lol.
Your guys' generosity, your guys' kindness, being here for D&D, for video games, for map making, all of that stuff. You guys have greatly helped me. And, jeez. Guido Sarducci, thank you very much for 20 gift subs.
Guido just kidnaps the chat.
Guido,
Holding us hostage as we speak.
Guido,
That is
we need
awesome.
to talk. You're going off the rails. All right, if you keep doing this, he's going to end up in a different tax bracket, and it's going to take money away. Consider your actions.
Yeah. He's not helping, he's punishing you.
Brother.
With reaching 1K and your guys' insane generosity, as shown again by Mr. Bite. Holy shit, Mr. Bite. Thank you for even more, 10 more gifted subs tonight. Thank you.
Like a 70% off deal. Like, is there like a button we need to press to get like discounts on these subs? What's happening?
I will be looking into some emote artists now that I've reached 1K followers and everything like that.
Your new goal is now 2,000 followers. Haha.
Now the new goal is basically if I were to set it for 1K increments each time, it wouldn't be as beneficial. So now for the goal for the year, in the background, it's not going to be present the entire time. The follower goal for the year now is to get 3K followers.
By the end of the year.
Correct, by the end of the year.
That's pretty good.
That'll be in the background. That won't be like present over my head like it was in most streams. 1K is was the sort of like
Is your safety goal? Like, I did it.
No, the 1K is sort of like cementing like, hey, I have a foothold, or like I have taken a step in Twitch. 5K follower target, maybe. That'll just be in the background though. Now it's sort of now it's going to be like community goals and stuff like that, like working towards emotes, working towards the one-shot adventures, working towards other games with other streamers and stuff like that. That is the goal. You can hit that at this rate. Maybe. That's why, again, the 1K goal was sort of like, hey, I have a presence to some, I have a presence on Twitch now. Working towards a PC. Ooh, yeah. I'll start working on that once I move. I don't want to move with a brand new computer and run the risk of a worker or a mover yeeting my computer into a moving truck. Like it's that poor thing suffered enough. She's a good girl. She struggles, but she does she does what she's supposed to.
There was a highlighted question you didn't answer there by some person.
You?
Some person.
No, it wasn't. Just some very enlightened person.
Mm.
She'll get a proper send off. She'll retire, Guido. I'm not gonna take her out back like old Yeller or Lenny from Mice and Men.
Translation. I'm
Office
going.
space.
You've served your purpose to the Bastille, you say to the computer as you drop it in a bathtub.
Translation. I'm going to take it and turn it into a media center PC for the new place.
Lenny. Out
Just-
of curiosity, how does the party feel about Lord Hayne?
Man, he's great. He provides me my underwear.
He's
Great.
a fucking douchebag, but he's supposed to be, so that's how it goes.
His beautiful, shiny head, his chrome dome. I think about it when I sleep at night.
I imagine stabbing him multiple times. Just lots of stabbing. Just
I'm
stabbing.
waiting for the plot twist where he is actually a good guy and he just set this whole thing up to make us a party. And then Izzy's like, surprise!
Just kidding, nerd.
Yeah.
It was a setup, and then I'm going to stab him anyway.
Then you stab him anyway for inflicting emotional damage on us like that.
All of these prisoners, they're stage actors. Ha ha, I got them.
Method
And then we start swinging.
And then
Everyone
I
turns
start
around. Ha ha.
That's so funny, Lord Hayne. It'd
You
be
got
hilarious
pranked, bro.
if
Look, the camera's in the crystal.
I
Bro,
sent
you
you a reply to your DM, Apple, about the TikTok. I think it would be perfect for Alaric. And yeah, Lou, that's sort of my worry as well, is to get a brand new PC, have it built or build it, and then worry about like, oh, well, you know, the worker was having a bad day, and or the mover was having a bad day, and he fucking drop kicked my computer into the back of the moving truck.
Easy.
You should show me this TikTok.
No,
No.
What?
how about that?
DM's going to fill his computer up with beans and he gets a new one.
Thermite Valkyrie.
Why are you giving me-
Ooh, Viking burial. That'd be pretty good.
It's an inanimate object. It's a computer. What's this? What are you doing?
Deserved its rest. To Valhalla with it.
It costs money.
It is
and
like a bunch of components
Shut the fuck
inside
up.
of a box.
You're here playing pretend, bitch.
You're a bunch of components in a box of flesh.
Okay, hold on a second. It's different. This pretension is coming from a living
And I
entity
realized the
with
weakness
dreams
of
and
my own
thoughts.
flesh. It disgusted me.
Your computer does sounds when you press the startup button.
It
That's
does.
it.
Well,
It
when
talks to me.
people make sounds when I push my finger into them. Smile. That
This is
sounded
going
way worse
places.
than it
This is
was.
going places.
Yeah, I like that.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, I don't know about
This
that
is
one though.
certainly going places.
Welcome
I
back.
don't know where else.
Momo.
What?
Welcome back.
I've
We're
been here. I just have a nosebleed.
Ooh,
Oh.
delightful. Well, if everybody's
was that hot?
back.
Hi, I'm anemic, and I've been blowing my nose for the last 4 days straight. How are you?
Jesus. A lot better than you currently.
Shut up. God, why you
Got
gonna
'em.
remind me?
Dab.
Look at what I can do.
Look what I
Wow.
can do. Breathe. I'm bleeding.
As we map transition to the outside of Hayden Keep.
Oh my god.
Guys, I'm a fountain.
And we're
The
back
punch area while we're down there alone.
with the rest of the party finishing
Oh, boy.
their toiling in the earth. Others allowed a moment of respite to rest for the remaining time of the evening before dinner.
Give me that exhaustion removal.
Not yet.
Damn it.
Is it dating simulator time?
Marana, you are escorted from the black cells of Hayne Keep up through the lift and on to the main courtyard outside of the keep proper. You are directed by 2 guards to a nearby building where you are allowed a proper bath with hot water, soaps, proper soaps, herbs, and the like, things that you would need to clean yourself up. On top of that, there is a dress that is waiting for you.
Lovely. What does the dress look like?
The dress seems almost reminiscent of things you have seen in Malgrove's courts. The more haughtier nobles of Malgrove wearing, at least in this regard to your dress, a very all black dress with long hanging frills around the wrists, around the waist, all the way down. You have the sort of more intricate sort of bindings over your abdomen with long hanging sort of frill or accoutrement. It's a very flowy dress.
Flowy and elaborate.
Indeed.
I'd like to just, check some of the buckles and clasps to make sure nothing seems, well, amiss.
Sure.
Again, I don't trust the whole situation, so I'm going to look it over.
Roll me a investigation check.
Probably
course.
check if it's made of silver.
My silverology. Not much.
Nothing that immediately catches your attention or anything that stands out. It appears that if there were things like that, they would probably have to be a little bit more noticeable, given a lot of the sort of places where those things would be are more open or more loose compared to like your corset area.
So it is a form-fitting dress.
Yes.
Lovely. Do I get shoes with this?
You do.
Oh, that's exciting.
Should check the
Luxury.
label to see if it's meant for somebody else. Like, does it have some other lady's name on it?
Well, I already did that investigation check, so.
Oops.
Okay.
Does everything seem... One thing I did want to check is, does it seem new? Like, does this seem like this dress was recently made or
Oh, yes.
worn? Like, is there any worn...
It
it looks brand
new. New. The shoes have, for all intents and purposes, have been cobbled recently. And the dress has been made recently.
So there's no, damage on the hemline or any, I wore this on the floor once and now the soles of the shoes are all fucked up.
Nope.
It's all brand new. Lovely.
Does it fit?
I bet it does.
I took your measurements while you weren't looking.
There's a moment when you're sort of hesitantly putting everything on. You see that Jeva, the alchemist, is there to assist you, should you need it. But it fits.
She measured you while she was giving you the look over.
Don't like that.
I imagine I will at some point need Jeva's assistance with some of the bindings, or at least to zip up the dress if there's a zipper contraption, which I don't think there is.
This is a more elaborate sort of lace tie in the back.
That's what I figured. And while we're there, does Lord Hayne have many visitors like this, Jeva?
I believe you already know the answer to that.
Indulge me.
There's a very tight sort of pull, very pointed, as she laces up the back. No. I must say, given recent time, however, he has not shown as much interest in many of the others as he has with your lot. Take that how you will.
He seems very excited to have come across us. It's quite uncanny. So many interesting personages in one area.
She doesn't say anything. Just finishes lacing you up.
Yeah, can I just get a bead on her to see, whether she's just keeping her mouth shut or she just genuinely doesn't know and is just not willing to implicate herself?
Roll me an insight check.
Yeah, let's give it a go. Nope.
She is hard to read.
Fair
It's
enough.
the very similar situation that you had found while in her lab. This sort of indifference is allowing her to mask a lot of the intention. But after a time,
Yep.
you are fully dressed.
In her gray, black, and gold.
Jeva stands back, knocks on the door, and you are escorted from the side building to the keep proper.
I have one question, though. What happened to the manacles?
They are kept on.
Okay, just checking. Figured I'd ask.
Mm-hmm. You are led to the large set of sort of dark wooden doors that 2 guards are stationed in front of. The door is pushed open, and you can feel the sort of immediate warmth that sort of pushes its way out of this room. Compared to the more dreary, sort of dark atmosphere that surrounds Hayne Keep, the inside of Lord Hayne's home is surprisingly lavish. You could feel the immediate heat from the large hearth at the far end of the room, this sort of central greeting chamber that's here with a set of ascending stairs that flank either side of the room. You would see long, sort of stretching couches, what appears to be like a throw rug that has the head of this more monstrous-looking bear. A number of paintings that adorn the wall, seeing only one that is of Lord Hayne himself, dressed in more finer sort of regalia, as well as looking much younger with a full head of hair. You are escorted to the left of this large greeting room into another set of double doors into a much more or much nicer looking dining room. A long stretching dark oak table with multiple high-rise chairs that flank either side. A large chair at the very end or the head of the table. As well as more intricate windows that sort of take up the entire right side of the room, allowing the lightning flashes and the sort of crackle of thunder and everything to reveal itself in the room by growing brightly and then dimming again and letting the natural light of the candles take over. At the very end, stood next to his chair with a hand resting on top of it is a more finely dressed Lord Hayne, lacking armor, set with a very simple yet clean looking sort of open top tunic with not as long of sleeves and sort of very darker pants. As he stood there, his left hand sort of adorned with a few rings that are there. One very bright sort of red gem that rests in the gold band on his ring finger. He smiles, as he often does, the wide, predator-like grin that reveals the sharpened canines, as he gestures you forward and pulls out your chair for you.
Going along with it, Morana will take in her surroundings, remembering the path she took here, and of course give Lord Hayne a very appropriate low curtsy, again outstretching the voluminous fabrics of the dress that she was so generously provided. And just kind of watching him a little, his demeanor as she walks closer and takes a seat. Just the predatory behavior is still there, but she's just watching what he does.
There is a air of sort of dignity that practiced sort of nobility that's showing itself. As to be expected of a baron, of a lord, you are greeted with a bow, guided to your chair, in which your chair is pulled out for you, and waiting for you until you sit. Till you do, pushing your chair in. He takes this chair directly to the left of you. You are both sitting at the far end of the table, with the hearth behind him sort of crackling, and the roiling fire that's there bathing both of you in the light, only to be interrupted with, again, the flashes of lightning outside that strike and illuminate the entire glass panes. That
He's playing the game too. Nice.
that settle and then relax. He sits and just sort of curls his, or laces his fingers together and sort of rests them into his lap as he just sort of watches you for a moment. A very heavy stare that's leveled against you. No words being said. He's just watching you.
I must say, Lord Hayne, this is a most welcome surprise. You know much of Melgrove. She kind of gestures to the finery provided to her.
When I had learned that Malgrove's court was sending one of their own, I found it fitting to do some modicum of research. At least to make your stay more enjoyable. I hope that you understand this imprisonment, your time within the Black Cells, was merely a means of finding your intentions. There are many rumors that surround Malgrove. Being so close to the border of Grimwald, it's to be expected.
I want to see if I believe that.
Would you like to roll insight?
Yes, I would.
Sure.
Not bad.
He talks, he's sort of more open in this sort of more private scenario. You'd also realize that there's no guards here. So in a more...
I think that would have been fairly obvious.
In a more personal setting like this, whatever demeanor or facade that he often presents doesn't seem to be here. And he, at least the way that he's talking, there seems to be some air of belief in what he's saying.
And sorry, this is out of player knowledge. Just confirming that Grimwald is where a lot of spooky crap comes out of, correct?
The Vinheim and Grimwald share a border. A lot of dark and nasty rumors are born within Grimwald's territory. And it's said that a lot of dangerous things work their way out of Grimwald into the surrounding territories. The territories of like Amon Hen and stuff like that have to deal with runoff from Grimwald.
My family maintains the bulwark between Grimwald and the sorcerers of Vinheim, and we have done so for ages. I do not see that stopping anytime soon.
There is a approving nod. A genuine approving nod as well, as he sort of takes you in for a moment. The chef, as it were, is in the process of preparing our meal for the evening. I think it's one that you'll enjoy. Before that, however, you speak of your family. How experienced in monster slaying are you?
More than my father would care for, given were it up to him.
Would not like that his sickly daughter is out gallivanting as a monster slayer, I imagine.
He would deny me my birthright. I would see it fulfilled. That is all.
There's a very wide grin. Sort of like, that's the answer I was looking for. At this point, there's a moment where the sort of, at least from him, the conversation lulls. At least as he's, at least as one of the cooks enters and presents to him a 2 bottles. One looking like a very intricate, very old wine bottle, and another that appears to have no label whatsoever. For him, he pours from the very intricate bottle. For you, the bottle that has no label.
Gives a curious look at that. And, sorry, out of character. I noticed the very fangy grin that he has.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
He
He's
is-
making no effort.
Yeah, he's definitely not hiding it. You would see him reach out and grab the cook who was attempting to leave, grab them by the arm and pull them in. A hushed conversation is had as the cook nods sort of vehemently, turns, and then makes his way out of the room with a quickened step.
I catch any of that?
We'll call this a perception check.
Sure, we'll give it a shot. Okay, not worst.
Bits and pieces, you'd have heard, is the meal prepared? In which you would hear, yes, my lord, yes. Bring it in. At this point, Lord Hayne has relaxed back into his sort of high back chair, the sort of material there groaning in protest under the weight as he sort of shifts, taking a sip from his wine glass. The cook and 2 others enter the room. They immediately begin pushing a number of loose objects off of the table. Plates and everything that had previously been set are being removed. Bowls and the like that were empty are now being taken away. Large platters are being removed, in which your attention would be drawn to the slumped body that the 2 cooks are carrying. A man, clad in only his rough-spun pants, is laid fully on the table in front of you. Lord Hayne is leaned back in his chair, sort of watching you expectantly.
Morana looks shocked as there is a man thrown onto the table.
You would
Frankly.
recognize this man as well. This is the individual that had helped Siluril in her first time in the mines. I found it fitting, your previous intent to hide your consumption of your gifts I had given you. It made it all the more intriguing. I had to see for myself. Go. Eat.
What manner of barbarism is this, Lord Hayne?
He takes another sip from his glass. None at all. At least none that the courts care to partake in. But you are different. You won't feel anything. You won't even know what's happened. If you prefer, I can slit his throat. You could drink it from there. Or, I'd be much more interested in watching you eat.
Marana just looks disgusted, frankly. Just unabashed disgust.
I can assure you he's clean. We've bathed him down. Applied a proper ointment to ensure that no lingering pestilence and the like is on him. I can assure you he's not contaminated. Go on. Indulge.
Lord Hayne, surely you know I am Lamordia. I was born to hunt monsters, not become one.
His hands now smooth over the table as he leans forward. Oh, I know. That's what makes you so interesting.
I hunt monsters. I will not become one.
You, my dear, are a monster. One I am very intrigued to see how you eat, what you will do.
There's still the glass of wine that he poured her.
Mm-hmm.
She will very pointedly take that glass and take a sip from there.
Surprise? It's just wine. Don't think that I would give you an out. This is your meal, Lady Lamordia.
Sorry, this is player taking a while.
It's all good. He does continue as you're sort of, as Marana is pondering or sort of hesitant. I had my doubts at first. I had concerns that what they had sent me was nothing more than an actually sick girl. But I realized that you are so much more. My guards report a strange way that you move, the ability to scale, the ability to pass over obstacles as if they were nothing more than just a bump in the road. I do enjoy your more waifish demeanor, but you and I both know that that is nothing more than an act.
One I am keen to perform.
In front of the others, certainly. In front of them who would see was nothing more than a abomination. But here, the hand grips the man's face and very forcefully turns it so that the whole of the neck is exposed, the sort of hard beating carotid artery on full display. But here, you can indulge
you had truly done all your research about Melgrove, you would know that we are a more austere people, with no need for such indulgences.
She is polite but defiant.
You can feel the weight of the stare that's on you. Understand, Lady Lemuria. It is either you rot in the black cells, never to be seen again, of which I imagine somebody with your condition would not last that long in the Bastille, or he grabs a knife and sort of presses it just over the carotid of this man. You indulge.
Seeing that now he is willing to absolutely murder this man who had nothing to do with it. She will practically biting her own tongue at this rate. Grab him by the wrist. Him being the man on the table, mind you. Sorry, I feel like that was an important point of clarification. And
you can see the eyes wide open fascination on Lord Hayne's face as he sits up in his chair and he is watching. Go on. Do it.
player being and she just kind of toys with it for a moment before looking back to Lord Hayne.
Now what do I get for sating your curiosity?
There's a very wide grin. For as long as you continue to satiate my curiosity, I'll answer any questions you may have. And as if what Jeva told me, should a body need to go missing, that's one less head for the ledger.
And this excursion you have planned, are you sure? It would be much easier if we were all armed with more than pickaxes.
My dear, you'll be outfitted. I have no intentions of sending my chosen into this hunt unarmed. Though I imagine your teeth and your wits are more than enough weapons for you.
Perhaps, but a rapier and a dagger can do so much more.
You'll be outfitted with armor as well.
She kind of gently kind of like traces up the man's arm. Will you answer my questions? Like, you're strange priestly fellow. I didn't get a glimpse of what church he belongs to.
There's a brief look of surprise, or more confusion as to why the priest is brought up out of everything. Like, oh, okay, we can talk about him.
She's just more like, what's with that?
But he does gesture to the man first.
And her finger traces back down the arm, back tone to the wrist. And it's either that or he fucking dies. Just kind of tilt his wrist forward. And then almost like biting into an apple.
As you're sort of turning his wrist, you can see Lord Hayne sort of sit up more, very pointedly watching every movement that you do until you bite into this man's wrist. Just like they said in the books. To see it first person, oh, it is a sight to behold. Do you actually like drink from this person?
Probably just the barest of sips. He's
Sure.
gonna be feeling it in the arm, but
Go ahead and roll your bite for me.
Okay. Oh, gotta find it on my sheet.
Okay.
luckily it's only that much. Roll low, yay!
Indeed. Lord Hayne looks absolutely fascinated. The man, priest, as you called him, he does not belong to any clergy. Consider him a independent speaker of the gods.
Yourself, my lord. Is there like a napkin?
No.
No.
Nope. And you can see he's reveling in you looking like a monster.
Mm.
What of myself?
Just very, with her, with, you know, as daintily as she can, wipe off her fingers. Probably looking more like lipstick than blood on her mouth at the moment.
Even now, still trying to act prim and proper. You are intriguing. I suppose that's why I chose you.
Oh? Then why did you choose the others? They are certainly curiosities.
You think it random?
Of course not.
Good. My intentions for all of you is but a test. That is what this is, a test. Ultimately, a rather boring, mundane one, but a test nonetheless. All of you, all 6 of you, hand-chosen to join the Order.
There's a brow that raises.
If you wish to know more, another bite.
Perhaps I should ask about yourself, sir. What manner of curiosity are you? I've seen you smile.
I'm afraid a question like that, well, that requires more than just a small nipple on a wrist. We gave him a means of relaxing the body, but in the same time, something to elevate his heart, make it beat faster. If you watch, you'll see his neck, the way that it beats. I imagine he's having a nightmare right now. There's a wide grin as he says it. Go on.
Finding more information necessary. She'll trace further up the arm onto kind of the bicep area. And nibble.
Go ahead and roll your bite. I'm nodding. Okay. You can see as you do this, Lord Hayne's chin rises. You can hear the more almost like growl-like inhale that he has as he's watching over you as you drink from this prisoner.
The Order. What is it?
A group of like-minded men and women who desire nothing more than freedom from the shackles of court.
Freedom from the High King.
There's a subtle grin that replaces the more wide, verbose one. That is one way of putting it.
What would be yours?
Sorry, this is DM thinking.
Ah, bitch.
Fucking
It's
contagious.
illegal. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You get ideas.
Crown DM, more like clown DM.
Oh, got him.
Roll initiative.
Oh, brother. All right.
Roll initiative.
All right.
17 guards enter the room.
Take a step back. Ooh, boy.
Love you.
Didn't think she was gonna go there, but damn. Is there splash damage? I don't want to hit splash damage.
The view that I have is more than just freedom from the High King. more than just freedom from petty politics. If the Order succeeds with 6 new recruits, 6 new tested individuals, well, I imagine not only would we be able to put an end to whatever petty conflicts rise about, but put an end to the more disgusting elements of the world. Some were easier to pick than others. You had some that weren't expected to be here. But now that they are, well, I have a need for them. Outsiders or no. It's thanks to the Order that I learned of your secret. Of the games that Dame Rosaire likes to play. Of the Grey Watch's constitution. Of his ability to withstand more of our excitable means of breaking prisoners. I'm thankful he hasn't broken yet. The others are playing their part, as to be expected. You, lady, have been playing your part expertly. How long do you think your sickly guise will last? How long until they watch how fast you can run, your ability to scale walls, what you're capable of with your bite? The 2 wounds on the man's arms, sort of bleeding profusely.
Precisely what I want them to learn.
Go on. Bite and ask.
How does this guy look?
It's hard to tell. Whatever Lord Hayne and the cooks gave this dude, it's hard to tell the sort of natural vitality. If it wasn't for the warmth of the body, you could almost assume this guy was dead. Just from his initial look before you even bit into him.
But yeah, nothing like breathing either increasing or decreasing.
It's already been rapid breathing just because of the very increased heart rate, right? Whatever they gave this dude is affecting his body as a whole. So the breathing's already very rapid and shallow. It is a pity I could not keep him awake during this ordeal. I was curious of a man's reaction to getting eaten alive, but I suppose this will suffice. How thankful I am that he made his presence known to one of your group. Much easier to pick out.
There's that look of thinly veiled disgust again.
It's met with a very wide grin.
Does he still have the knife in hand?
He does.
She just kind of looks the man over and looks to Lord Hayne. She kind of recomposes herself, washes the look of disgust off of her face for a moment, and gives him a polite kind of nod, almost like at the waist sort of bow. I think my curiosity and my appetite are sated for today.
The grin that had been present, this air that Lord Hayne had the entire time as you say that, deflates. And he gives a very slow roll of his jaw.
Perhaps.
Pity to waste food. The hand comes down onto the face and the knife.
I had wanted to try roll persuasion.
It appears that's what he was waiting for, was you to be like, and I'm done. This is one of those moments where it was like, you're going to do what he said, or it was a lose-lose effectively.
Yeah.
Plunging the knife into the man's throat, there is the very wet gurgle that is muffled by Lord Hayne's hand that's clasping over the entirety of the man's face. As he just leaves the knife there, the sort of gouting blood that comes from the wound now beginning to soak into the cloth of the table and just sort of spread over the whole of it as it creeps its way towards you.
And she just, like, her nostrils flare, her lips purse, anger flits to her red eyes as she looks at him.
The grin, the demeanor, everything that he had, that sort of verbose, is replaced with this placid, stone cold expression as he twists the knife once and rips it out. The man's like breathing choked now, as his final moments are on that of the table, and he leans back into his chair. You and your compatriots are going to delve deeper into the mine and uncover whatever is responsible for animating objects, mundane or otherwise. You will kill it if it is a thing that is casting. You will bring me proof. A pity your curiosity was sated so easily.
Very well, Lord Hayne. But do remember, I am Lamordia. I was born to hunt monsters.
There's a very subtle grin that comes back at that, and he snaps. The doors open at the far end. A set of guards come out. Take Lady Lamordia back to her cell. Ensure that she's given her clothing again. Take the rest. I hope that you enjoyed your evening.
Her posture stiffens, and throughout it all, she manages to steel her jaw and keep it held high. By your leave, my lord.
Relaxed fully back in his chair, sort of idly turning the knife that is soaked in blood, his hands, wrist, and everything like that in the similar situation, just sort of letting the blood drip off in long rivulets off the side of the table as you are escorted out of Hayne Keep, out of the dining room into the main chamber, and escorted back out and led to that small house that you had initially been cleaned and washed in. Your dress is taken, your shoes are taken, and everything is replaced with the rough spun clothing.
As we're walking out through the courtyard, the still raining, Marana just kind of, even despite the guards, just kind of looks up and lets some of the rain kind of wash over her face.
Mm-hmm. You are led back. Jeva doesn't say a word as you are put back into your rough spun clothing. And you are eventually led back down.
I have nothing to say to her.
Into the cells. All of you would have been returned from the mines or having already been rested and properly showered. It would be later in the evening when Marana returns back in her rough spun clothing, looking a little bit cleaner, and put back into her cell as we transition.
Properly showered. XD. Here is the hose.
Survives, yeah.
Puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. Yes, precious, it gets the hose.
Marana, you are returned to your cell. The rest of you would hear the cage open and close. The
Two different
guards,
locations. Oop.
guards muttering to themselves whatever conversation they would have as they eventually leave and fade.
How long has it been since we came up from the mine?
It's been hours.
So,
This was, you had found the crystals and everything probably around lunchtime, so it's probably been about 8 to 10 hours now.
is that enough to knock off 1 point of exhaustion so far? If I've been resting in the cell?
They wouldn't let you sleep.
Just keep you up in the cell, like knock on the bars. Wake up, do
Correct.
nothing, wake up. Hurry up and wait.
That's effectively what it is. It is hurry up and wait.
It's lame. How do I remove exhaustion? Just, is it only sleep or is it just no activity? For
It
several
is.
hours?
It is a long rest. So 8 hours of sleeping, uninterrupted type deal.
Just my day of rest reward kick in probably the next day, I suspect.
No, this is your day of rest. The way that it works is when you find a crystal, you are given whatever reward you ask for, and then you are taken from the mines and you do not work for the rest of the day. The next day, you are then put back into the mines.
So effectively, I got nothing for the crystal then.
That's how it works sometimes. That's why Lord Hayne asks what is like the material thing that you ask for. notice that Alaric asked for better food. He's going to get better food, and he got to rest.
Okay, that was a waste then.
Playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
This fucking sucks. Okay.
Is there anything anybody would like to do before we transition and time skip?
Yeah, I think Alaric would have once again tried to commune with the Wildfather.
Go ahead and roll me a religion check. It is a quiet evening. Anybody else? Sorry, continue, Sabine.
Sabine would kind of go into that headspace that I've described, the room with the red curtains, the carpet, the chairs, visualize herself in like regular dress and everything with the fire going, just kind of taking herself out of the situation, trying to in essence commune in her own way.
Go ahead and roll a religion check.
Now.
Okay. Are you paladin without proficiency in religion?
It wouldn't let me put it in.
Okay.
So I just left it on.
Don't need to explain. That's fine. Is there anything else anybody would like to do this evening?
Cry.
Crying's a free action. You may do so.
Nice.
Is there
Area
any,
would watch Marana cry.
is there
Also a free action.
Ah!
Is there what?
So, as Marana gets back, since we're allowed to sleep, so I wouldn't have been asleep, Kellen pops up from where he obviously wasn't sleeping and peeks his head through the window. How did it go?
I don't want to talk about it. Later. Sometime, maybe. And she just kind of crawls into bed and turns.
Fine. I guess nothing else.
So the real Uriel? Anything for the evening?
Nope. Just laying there, waiting to fall asleep.
Mark another tally on the wall.
Okay.
Actually, does Alaric see Juria tallying the wall?
I don't know. Do you look through the window? It's not like she's hiding it. You probably hear
Is it audible? They'd have to hear it first, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, she's scraping like the manacles against the wall. So probably.
All right. Putting that in the little portfolio now.
All right. It would also be. It would be sort of going around. I mean, there's only like 4 marks at the moment, but as time progresses, it'd probably start going around like the. What is it? The devil's work that's already scraped in there.
At this point, we are going to skip 2 days. Who would like to roll for crystals for the first day?
I'll roll. I'll do it. I'm
High
here,
or
DM.
low?
All right.
High always.
You go, you go, you go.
The day yields no crystals.
It's your fault. You did this.
I accept this fault.
The 21st of God's night is spent with all of you in the mine, toiling away at the earth, talking amongst one another, whatever conversations you'd like to have. But ultimately, the day ends with none of you finding any crystals.
How's Torag looking in that time?
Torug, at least from what it appears, is no longer working at the galley and is not in the mines.
Ruh-roh.
He's dead. Body missing.
The second day, who would like to roll?
Don't you worry, none, DM. I got this.
Boy.
Is everybody fine with this?
This guy's got plans.
Why not?
Why not?
I feel like someone else should roll, but you know what? No one else cares. Like,
You can't hear it, but I cracked my neck. I got this shit.
All right.
he's in front of the little claw machine.
High or low?
Always high, baby. Let's go.
Ibrahim the
Roll a
guess.
d8.
Hey, Mazel Tov.
Can roll high, dude.
Wait, does that mean the
Roll
8?
a d8.
We're good?
You gotta
Yes, roll a
D8.
d8.
Yeah, roll D8. See how many crystals you got.
6. That's a crystal for everybody.
Alaric keeps them all.
All right,
Well,
kill
uh,
Alec.
He maybe gives one to Siluril because she's looking hot.
Nice.
Nice.
But
Oh, so everybody
Marana,
gets one, yeah?
I don't know. Do they? Ibrahim?
Oh, so, go ahead.
Oh,
Do
yeah,
they?
I was going to say that should be one for everyone, but Marana is going to give hers to Yuria, as promised.
Oh, wow.
This is where Yuria cashes
Let's
out
go.
3 crystals.
She's eyeing Sabine.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Silverell would not let her.
What do you mean not let?
You want to fight me on that?
Oh boy, here we go.
Well, how
It's
do you-
initiative.
There is
Yeah.
no reason for you to have many where your friend has none.
Yuria pauses, furrows her brown.
It was an
I-
agreement, Siluriel. It's fine.
Well,
An
wait a minute.
agreement that can be held in another time. We all have one, Or should we all just relinquish our finds to Yulia so she can have 6?
Even if we did, you're not allowed to ask for more than one favor. We know this. If you mean to repay Yuri's favor, you should find some other way. Keep your crystal.
There's a difference between paying back our dues and being foolish. If we were to all go up with crystals and you are not, you would be left down here to the devices of those around you. Do not be selfish. And she looks at Yuria.
Yuria will be looking back.
No, alternatively, we could split them up a bit and use half of these to secure some more favors. Buy some allies, as the Arcanist did. That way, 3 of us would at least be here to watch each other's backs.
No. Kevin.
I'm
It's
going
fine.
to sleep, Kellen. You can hand over your crystal all you like, but I'm going to sleep. I'm tired.
Yuria would hand the crystal back to Morana. She would not comment further.
Marana doesn't seem to be in the mood to fight or argue.
Solar would smile.
Okay. You all hand in your crystal. Lord Hayne is there to greet you. A amused expression that he wears. Seemingly focused on Murana whenever he is able to catch her eye. Turning his attention. Crovane, here with another crystal. I've had men toil for months to never find one. How lucky you are. What is it you want?
As he's been praised, Alaric cannot help himself. He's striking a sort of idle pose, and a sort of Hellenic tilt, right? Shoulders squared, arms curved slightly, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A pair of boots, my lord. Clean, good ones. And socks, if you like.
Give the man his boots. Next. His hand is out for your crystal.
He very happily hands it over. And as he walks over to the elevator, his toes wiggle in contentment.
Grey Watch.
Oh, I was gonna go last.
Too bad, bitch.
Know what I want.
Wow.
I was going alphabetical to save time, but if you'd like to go to the end, sure.
Yeah, let's do that. Need time to think because you can do some clever, smart ass thing to do.
Morano.
I shall bring the crystal forward.
What is it you desire?
In similar fashion, proper clothes, though they needn't be finery.
Boots I can allow. Proper clothes, not so much. If you
Boots and
desire...
stockings, then.
One more time?
Basically, boots and stockings.
Bet. Understood. Boots and stockings for Lady Lamordia. Your crystal.
She hands it over.
His hand takes the crystal and your hand. Just holds it for a moment as he stares at you.
But
Oh, you got a boyfriend.
It's not that. It's more of a
No.
more of a like remember your place. Takes the crystal from your hand.
But yeah, she'll stare back. Chin's, jaw steeled, and just puff herself up a little bit before heading to the elevator. Why the fuck does he keep doing that?
Sabine.
creepy.
Sabine would step forward. I know that it cannot be every day, but on days that I do find a crystal and we have the ability to go back early, I'd request that I be allowed to train with either one of your guards or someone who would be a challenge. Even one of my compatriots, if you would allow it, such as Silveril or Kellen.
I believe you'll get plenty of training in the days to come. Pick something else.
Well, let's just keep the shoes train a rolling. So
We need to not have bare feet.
I would ask for boots and stockings as well.
Very
So
popular.
be it. Your crystal.
She would hand it over.
On the lift.
Curtsy and goes.
Silveril. What does the ward of House Ashford desire?
She would look at the crystal and hand it out to him. I would like something to keep me strong while I eat. At least meat, if it is possible.
You desire better meals.
Yes, my lord.
That can be done. Something more fitting of a ward's status.
My strength is very important to me. To see it fade
Rest assured, Sindril, your strength is important to all of us. On the lift.
And she would straighten her back like she normally does and step past him without even eye contact.
Yoria, how is it? One who I've struggled to lift a pickaxe returns day and day again with crystals.
I know not what you mean, my lord. This is the first one I have collected since the golem incident.
There's a very not so subtle grin. The sure.
Oh, full of crap.
What do you desire?
My bones ache. I would like a mattress, something soft to sleep upon.
A proper bed for someone of House Athelian. Do they have that where you're from?
Her eyes narrow. Her face, already pale, goes slightly paler.
No, I imagine they do. On the lift.
She walks on lift.
Greywatch, what could you possibly have to sass me about today?
Ah, you know the game. Well, if you didn't enjoy it so much, I'd have to stop. I don't suppose that you have retained my original outfit when I was taken. Not the weapons, I know that's out of the question, but my studded leather would be nice.
You know I can't do that.
You know I had to ask.
If you desire your boots, perhaps. But I will not give you your studded leather. And do not worry, rest assured that when it comes time for your mission, you'll be equipped with armor and weapons, whichever you desire. Don't think too hard.
I don't suppose you have a spare loot around.
Are you any good at playing it? I'd rather not have my ears bleed.
You might be surprised.
I suppose we will. A lute for the Grey Watch. Your crystal.
Offers it over. Just like, here you go, take the damn thing. He just offers it quietly.
I have all of you to thank for this increase in productivity. Because of you, I'm able to ship these crystals out, and you are working yourself closer and closer to your debts being paid off. Rest well. Tomorrow you'll head out, equipped to handle what I have for you.
Cool.
No objections. His hand gestures as the lift shifts and begins to pull upwards. Okay. Your accommodations are brought to you. Boots, for most of you. Stockings. A brand new bed. And when dinner time comes around, Alaric and Siluril are provided with actual looking meals.
Oh, yeah.
Question: does Alaric get back his boots or just some?
It's some clean boots and socks.
Nice.
Sildarel's so very happy. There's just like this explosion of
Yeah, it's like a
true emotion as she eats this food.
compared to everybody else who's eating tonight, which appears to be this weird sort of mashed chicken with appears to be like a number of other vegetables mixed in this weird slop. Sildaril and Alaric's plates are like thick cuts of mutton with like bread and vegetables and everything like that.
Is the Arcanist there?
He is.
Alaric would share his food with him.
Oh, fuck everyone else.
Sharing your food with who?
With the Arcanist.
Ah, gotcha.
The Arcanist
Rana still doesn't seem to have an appetite.
The Arcanist seems
Sildarel
genuinely surprised. Oh, continue, sorry.
Would have looked for her friend behind the food line.
Roll me a perception check.
And commented about it. Oh, that's performance. Sorry.
Try again. Ooh, same roll. The figures behind the galley don't seem recognizable to you or have no real discerning features that would catch your attention. None of them look like your friend, nor do any of the other faces currently eating in the galley, nor have any of the faces really in the mines. You haven't seen your friend in quite some time.
She looked perturbed by this on her way back to the tables with everyone.
Was he getting a loot for Kellen, or is that a sort of no?
No, he was. You wouldn't have it on you now. It'd be in your cell.
Right.
And I got my mirror from the previous day, correct?
Yes.
By the way, while Alaric shared his meal with the Arcanist, he would have kicked up like a foot onto the table and showcased his newly gained boot. Talked to him about the sock and the snuggy feeling he gets when he tightens the laces around. The wrapping.
Very good choices, Your Highness. Just a bit of mindfulness on your part. Shoes are very rare here. Be mindful if you fall unconscious, you might just wake up without them.
I'd much rather have them and be able to lose them than lack them.
You're not wrong there. I must thank you again for your generosity with this meal. It has been quite some time since I've had actual good food.
Well, you deserve it. Your kindness, passing around the crystals and all, they've made you bereft of things like this.
It was a very sort of thankful small bow, like a genuine one. You have my thanks.
Now we must labor to get you a pair of boots. Perhaps gloves, too.
That would be very nice. I believe my feet have grown accustomed to stone, much as I abhor the thought. I have a bit of good news, as it were. Well, to some degree. I have been in contact with a very close associate of mine. Her name is Archmage Ava Verandir. I do not know how long it will take for my letters to reach her, but I have received a response already. Hopefully, if we're all able to survive, by the end of the next month, if you all are still breathing and following down the path that you have been, I will ask that Ava pay off your debts as well and bring you with me on my way out of here.
I imagine that as he says this, the whole table is seated by the group, yeah? Or is it just Alaric with the Arcanist?
I assume you all are sitting together, as you usually do.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine we would split up, especially with Bullseye on our back.
Especially with
Well-
Stabby McStabberson. Yeah.
Yuri's
As
David.
soon as he starts speaking in such a manner, saying those words, explaining his plans, Alaric leans in conspirationally, and being a man of blatant emotions, his excitement becomes clear by the second, to such point that he ends up grabbing his face, or the whole lower half of it.
Ava is a very good friend of mine. I have spoken at length, or at least written at length to some degree, about all of you. As such, continue as you have. Sort of playing the game. Do not draw too much attention to yourselves. And when Ava arrives, you will be with me on the trip out.
How do you have communication outside? Does he really let you write letters?
Indeed he does.
Just like that.
I earned it. And when you're friends with enough guards,
How do you code these letters, Arcanist?
how familiar are you with arcane script?
Yuri's ears perk up.
I pray it is rather hard to decipher. Lord Hayne does not strike me as the kind of man who wouldn't rummage through his guest letters.
Rest assured, he has read them aloud to me as well before allowing me to seal them up. If he is familiar with arcane scripture and is familiar with various equations that are there, then he would know already. And I imagine I would not be here. I imagine I would be a bloated corpse in the Bastille.
No. Knowing the man, he'd want you to cling to that false sense of hope.
Well, if nothing else, if it is a false sense of hope, just remember me whenever you find a means of leaving.
Alaric would reach up to clasp him on the shoulder and give it a good squeeze. My friend, you're coming with me first.
There's a very warm smile that replies to that.
And I'd like you to visit my mother's court. Speak to her of your order. I understand you've been wanting to set foot in Tiras for quite a while. Why, I believe Karim could be your very first footstep.
Both brows are like high on his head. Your Highness, that is a very generous offer. However, I have made a promise already to search for another, at least to assure their well-being. But immediately afterwards, I would be honored to meet the High Lord of Karim and offer what services I may as an Arcanist.
Oh yes, the brother. Speak of him.
His attention drifts to Yuria.
Yuri seemed to be sort of in her own train of thought until the mention of brother was mentioned, and she sort of snaps out of what she was talking about, her eyes drawn to the two. Sorry, what?
Simply informing Alaric of my intentions once I am freed of this place to search for your brother.
There's little point hiding this anymore, since Hayne knows. You are searching for Sebastian of House Thilian.
He was not as forthcoming with the details as you are. He did play himself as a country bumpkin.
There's
Though the intelligence that he possessed is very hard to mask.
It's a soft chuckle. He enjoyed experimenting with simpler folk.
There's the like, oh yeah, she's still a noble lady. He resumes eating his meal. Is there anything else any of you would like to talk about? If not, then we skip to the 23rd of God's Night. Nearing the end of the month, at least with another week, about a week and a half before the month comes to an end. Today, you are not sent to the mines. At least not immediately. You are taken to a side room close to the arena, in which, one by one, you are armed with your weapon and armor of choice. So we will be going down the list, and I will be slapping appropriate equipment into your character as your new quest is put on stream.
My God, the off-white.
Wait, what?
Your quest as a party is to stop whatever is responsible for the attacks within the mines. Your reward is that you will reach level 2. This is your objective. Your incentive, as it were.
Can you give us an in-character? Can you give us an in-character explanation of what you level up means?
Consider it a improvement to your accommodations and your well-being as a character here within Hayne Keep. Not only is it a improvement to your health as a whole, meaning regular visits from the alchemist to ensure that there's no infections, parasites, diseases, or anything like that. You're also will see an increase not only in your cells, meaning you'll get a cell upgrade, but your general well-being.
You bet your ass will stay level 1 too.
We're going to go down the list. Alaric, what armor from light, medium to heavy, excluding plate mail, would you like?
I kind of know what would be more mechanically fitting, but I think roleplay wise, I think he'd go for half plate.
And your weapon of choice?
A big maul.
Make sure that in your character sheets, you adjust and equip things appropriately. Your maul and your half plate are now in your sheet.
Would he be able to get some leather gloves in there?
Basically, it is the bare necessities, right? Any extra flair is not really given.
We need crystals for that. All right.
Sabine.
I would ask for a breastplate. And a rapier and shield if allowed.
Go ahead and make sure that everything is equipped in your sheet. Kellen.
Is it just like one weapon that we can pick, or can we pick like a set of weapons?
Generally, he's limiting it to sort of one weapon. There's no reason I do need more than one.
Oh, so it was like bow and the saber short sword combo, but if it's just one, then I guess just the bow.
Okay.
And the studded leather, of course.
You already have your...
I've
Go
got
ahead
the
and just
bow.
make sure that you've... I say
I'll
that
just
you
equip it.
have a bunch of garbage in your character sheet you're not supposed to have.
It's all unequipped. It's all
Yo,
unequipped
DM.
for later.
Go ahead and equip your studded leather and your longbow. What?
I'm noticing that half plate seems rather fancy.
Okay, and? I
I
said
don't know. Just
plate
saying.
armor, so like full plate is a no-go. Half plate's fine.
All right. Just looks too nice. I'm sorry.
Morana.
So for the armor, the studded leather. And she will attempt to ask for the rapier and dagger. Attempt.
Rogue kit.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Sure.
Can't believe you ate my best friend.
Okay.
I didn't. He stabbed him to death.
You just snacked on him a little. Difference.
There you go. Make sure that everything is equipped.
I got a bunch of garbage on my sheet.
Cinderu.
Half plate and a Zweihander, please.
Half plate. You will have to relabel the great sword because there's no like actual Zweihander for
But I can't
D&D.
do it.
You should be able to.
No, I can't. You have to do it.
I'll do it then. Don't worry. Okay. Half plate, Zweihander. Go ahead and make sure that they're equipped. Yuria.
For armor, probably studded leather like the rest. For a weapon, well, there is one weapon that does her good, and very few others.
You're requesting your blade.
Indeed.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. Okay. Go ahead and add your... Did we ever figure out what the base of the weapon was?
If it's
I think-
5e, it should just be a retooled longsword, I think. With
I think it's
versatility.
katana, which is just a retooled longsword.
Yeah, but it's always versatile. I think you're supposed to be using it two-handed, right? Is that how that works for katana? I guess you could use it one-handed. Shrug.
Go ahead and make sure everything is equipped, and I will adjust the names accordingly. As well, all of you have your Prometheum manacles and necklace taken off.
Ooh, well, for some people.
Let's go. Let's go. The party's healer's back, baby. Let's go.
Also, I'm not
Couldn't you
sure.
have like a...
I'm the only one that can heal. Let's go.
What's the matter?
It's saying I'm not proficient with rapier, which is not true.
I think you can go into the options and set it to proficient.
I do not know how to do that.
Little cogwheel.
Cogwheel where?
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you got it.
Odd
Because
that
it's
it would-
literally on my D&D Beyond sheet. It's like weapons, proficiency, rapier. What?
Oh, so you already named yours 500.
Yeah, after it took me 2 minutes to figure it out.
It's not that bad. I assure you.
Don't yell at me.
And go ahead and adjust the rest of your stuff. Make sure all of your stuff is equipped. And unequip your Prometheum manacles.
You took off my prisoner garb. I'm naked.
Nice.
Equip your half plate.
I did.
And by the way, this is like a... there's no privacy in this moment. You are...
You gave me 2 half plates?
I don't know why it would give you 2 half plates.
You have one in your item list
You
and in your equipment list as a separate.
you did give me 2 hammers too. Just saying.
It only shows 1 half plate in your sheet.
Weird. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, for some reason you have 2 mauls. Well, we'll take one away.
No, 1 for each hand.
Nope.
What are you doing?
Okay. Again, you are all led into the armory, of which you are watched by about 6 guards, and are given no privacy, as you are forced to strip out of your rough-spun clothing, your prisoner garb, and everything like that, and then begin equipping your new accoutrement, your new items. After you are fully decked out, it is Lord Hayne and the priest that step into the armory. The sort of heavy footfalls of Lord Hayne clad in this plate armor as the priest approaches all of you and sort of both hands clasped over each of the manacles, very gently mutters something under his breath as it glows brightly and then relaxes and both of the halves disconnect, in which the collar and the manacles are removed.
How do you equip armor?
You should be able to go to it, look at half plate, and then there should be a button called add to, actually there should be a little tab that says equip. Oh, there we go.
You just click the shield.
Oh. Yeah, the shield was like really, really like grayed out for me. Sorry, I couldn't see it.
So good. Lord Hayne sort of looming over all of you as you are freed up from your manacles, equipped with your garb. Your blade is brought to you, Uria.
There is heavy relief as she gingerly takes the blade. Sort of. Does it come with a sheath?
It does.
Okay. Her hands sort of glide against the sheath, the familiar feeling of it returning to her. A reminder of home.
I ensured that your garb, your armor, and weapons were all kept in good condition. Continue to do well. Complete this task for me, and you may find that you're not prisoners at all anymore. These items of yours being more readily accessible. Now follow me. Pushing the doors open, you are led onto the platform, in which Lord Hayne, the priest, and about a half a dozen guards all load onto the platform with all of you in your new armor, weapons, arrows, daggers, rapiers, what have you. Fully clad and kitted out. The platform begins taking you down to the mines. A much different feeling this time. Anything any of you would like to say? Or talk about anything like that on the trip down?
Is this random gear, or is this actually our stuff?
It is not your stuff. The only person who got their stuff was the blade that Uria has.
Okay, cool. So this is a longbow, not my longbow.
Yeah, this is a Zweihunter, not mine.
How do I turn this thing into hexblade?
I think you need
Foundry.
You need to do a ritual thing on. In Foundry. Foundry. That's
Let's see.
Do you take Hexblade at level 1?
Yes, Warlock takes their subclass at level 1.
Yeah, Warlocks, Wizards, and
A wizard gets theirs at 2, but yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
real early.
Casters get their stuff early.
Yeah, kind of like clerics get their thing at level 1, I believe. Maybe, I don't know. I don't play clerics.
Full casters get their stuff before other people get their stuff. Basically, how
What does your hexblade afford you again?
good shit.
Oh, jeez. Let's see.
Doesn't even show that you're a. Doesn't give you any hex. Oh, hex warrior.
Mm-hmm.
You can then use your
I get
charisma modifier to.
proficiency
Oh, okay.
with medium armor, shields, martial weapons.
It's the adding charisma to the attack and damage, right?
Correct.
All right. Well, then I can just do a quick little change. There you go. Go ahead and do a practice roll with your katana.
I should have made a katana.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Neat.
All right. Make sure that all the appropriate. Right as I hit delete, never mind.
Right.
Okay. There is a passage further in the eastern mine. I have stopped sending prisoners down that way. None have returned, nor have my guards who have explored as such. You, my fine prisoners, equipped with armor, will go and explore. Figure out what is causing these moments and deal with them. Bring me proof that you have dealt with whatever is responsible. Should you not have any proof and return empty-handed, well, I hope all of you are very comfortable with staying in the Bastille for a while.
Sabine would shoot a glance to Kellen and just kind of shudder.
John doesn't say anything to that. Tactfully keeping his mouth shut.
Holy shit. That's a first.
Shut up.
I do not plan to spend any time there.
Good.
Ha. Just kidding, I lied.
Lord Hayne, before we leave, could we have some rope? Perhaps means to, in case we must climb or go down a hole of sorts.
Roll my persuasion check.
Boop.
Reaching over, he sort of takes a bundle of rope that was on one of the guardsmen's waist, sort of pries it free, much to the surprise of the guardsman.
It's fucking bodily jerked around.
It is effectively that. Like, it's one swift pull as the whole guardsman's body violently shifts to the side as he wrenches it free and then tosses it at you.
Does it unravel as it throws it?
It's bound, the sort of knot in the center, keeping it all together.
It gets unwound in your face.
He catches it and holds it up to him for a moment of thankful understanding before tying it around his left arm.
Rope will be useful. Lord Hayne, is there anything else you can tell us about these happenings? How long has it been going on? Does it affect only the tools? Anything that you might have insight on?
The happenings have been for about 2 months. They affect far more than the tools. You are familiar with other such occurrences in the shape of rogue golems.
Did anything particularly interesting or different happen before it all started as a triggering effect?
No.
So to your knowledge, it is simply random. It just started happening 2 months ago, and there was no reason or why.
I found it fitting that the crystals might be responsible, but that appears not to be the case.
So, did you cease crystal mining for a time, and yet it still happened?
Indeed.
Interesting.
We returned to the whole eastern mine, plagued with several golems.
I don't suppose you ran afoul of any magicians or sorcerers recently.
None that are able to cast.
Okay. Has anyone gone missing that you can't explain? In the mine, specifically?
No. If they do, we generally find their body sometime later.
Is there any other phenomena surrounding these things? Voices?
I
things like
think,
that?
Greywatch, when you go and see, all of your questions will be answered.
Well, I don't suppose you can fault me for asking. We do spend most of our time hunting monsters in the wilds. Information is key.
The grin comes back, a very familiar grin to you, Marana. I'm well aware.
If there are monsters there, we will kill them.
And you will be awarded accordingly. Consider this a trial. Do well, present to me whatever is responsible for this, and you will see yourself elevated. Now go.
How kind, my lord.
I admit it is good to be back to work.
Once they're told to go off, Alaric sort of leans and settles beside Kellen, leaning in. Then you want to ask for a torch or something like that?
Do we not have torches? Yes, we don't.
Do we have torches?
No.
Do we have anything?
Laughs in dark vision.
I hate you.
Sabine just kind of.
Soldier will be like,
I
what
cannot
do you mean?
see.
We
I
can't
cannot
see. Can you not see?
I'm afraid my father's heritage must have skipped a bloodline. I do not see well in the dark.
Sabine would say a small prayer, reach out, and he's wearing leather, correct?
Yeah.
Does he have anything, like any blade, or is it just his bow?
Just his bow. I didn't get more weapons than that, sadly.
She'd reach out and touch his bow, and it would light up.
Oh, seeing the bow light up, Alaric kind of leans away from the light, it reflecting off of his eye. Perhaps it's best you light my hammer? The ranger strikes me as the subtle type.
I suspect such a magical thing can be swapped around, yes? If needed.
She would smile softly and reach out and touch. This just sounds so horrible because of where my mind is. She reaches out and touches Alaric's hammer and casts light on it, and the light would fade from Kellen's bow.
Which one?
You only have one hammer.
Yes, I cast light on the peen. Oh.
I would
Oh,
run
boy.
away from the
Less
light.
than an hour. Okay. Your hammer glows.
Indeed it does.
God damn it.
I hate you so much right now.
Misery.
Behave.
Misery.
Kill me.
Lord Hayne looks very unimpressed.
Sildra looks very unimpressed.
Hold on. This is
I
not in
do
character.
hope that the six of you return and not as bloated corpses. I would be very disappointed.
Have some faith, I'm sure we can try our best.
We will see. Go. Stop wasting my time.
Of course, my lord.
Those of you that haven't done it, go ahead and mark a long rest on your sheet. You are fully prepped for the day.
Mark what?
A long
rest.
rest.
Oh yeah, let me hit that button just in case.
I took a long rest.
Okay.
Okay.
You are guided by a number of guards that lead you past a more secluded section of the eastern mine, which you've realized during your time down here, many prisoners do not go near this area at all. They very actively avoid the sort of far eastern section of the mine, in which you are ushered up and sort of led or sort of gestured down a long stretch between what appears to be a number of stalagmites that are protruding upwards, the glow of the crystal still present, in which the guards eventually leave. You are left to your own devices, fully equipped, as we do a map transition.
Map transitions.
You are free to move around and move your tokens however you so wish. Before you, large clusters of those bright orange and yellow crystals are what illuminate the path in front of you. You can see them as they push out through the long or sort of more craggy stone-like surface here, as well as more apparent breaks or erosion in the stones here, as if water sometimes flows through this area. Everybody roll me a perception check.
Perception. Here we go. Somebody's fucking eyes wide open.
This is more so pertaining to sound.
Someone's ears are wide open.
With the ears wide open.
I'm wide open.
Oh, God, I hate it.
Wow.
Ugh, yeah.
My third ear.
You hate it
Open.
because you rolled a 7 and can't hear anything apparently.
Eat my ass.
You just hear
How about
Creed
that?
in the
Spoon?
corridor.
How about that? Just come on.
Alaric, roll me a
Nice
perception
style,
check.
Creed.
Don't be.
Dumb stupid. Dumb stupid.
What are you doing, Alaric?
Yes, dumb bitch. Dumb
This
bitch.
I disconnected. I'm reloading the page.
Sweating.
Dumb bitch.
So far, Kellen, Morana, and Yuria would all hear what sounds like very distant skittering.
Nope.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Suddenly glad that Foundry's not loading.
Suddenly afraid. Toes suddenly curling.
I don't like that. I don't think I like that at
You-
all.
You what?
I don't think I like that.
Don't think you have a choice.
Shut up, cunt.
Listen here, motherfucker.
You rolled, but the dice didn't show up.
There it goes.
Ah, there we go.
It
20.
just took-
You would hear it as well, Alaric. It's very faint, very far away, but given the sort of shape of these caverns, it echoes. So, feel free to move your tokens.
Why am I like this?
Already I missed the mines.
I'm not excited.
I think before we progress, we should come to an understanding, all of us. Who will lead us in this affair?
I sort of assumed one of you heavier folks would take the lead while the rest of us back you up.
Damn, just call him fat. Holy crap.
I will.
Something else like heavy. She like looks herself like, what, bitch?
He reaches a hand over and wraps his knuckle against her breastplate, just heavy.
I appreciate that, but I didn't mean it that way. I meant who's calling the shots.
Why don't we play it by ear for a little bit? I think we are still gaining an understanding of one another.
Fair enough. But in my experience in things like these, you want to be decisive.
Let's see how it goes. Although the sounds that I'm hearing are certainly not promising.
No, they do not sound fun, that is for sure.
As all of you are talking, the skittering stops.
Well,
Oh, come on. We weren't talking. Oh, my God.
take a look at the map one more time.
Dame Savine, Siluril, perhaps you can take the lead and I'll stay here with the light, keeping Kellen aware.
Speaking of that, I do have to highlight your
I
token.
will lead us. Don't worry.
After about a moment, the skittering begins again.
Sabine would stop for a moment and realize that Kellen and Alaric can't see in the dark at all.
Alaric can't see in the dark.
Oh. When
You
she goes-
might assume that Marana can't.
She kind of has this kind of quizzical look on her face, like, huh.
He's staying behind so that Morana and Kellen can see.
Quick.
Isn't the
She would
path
hold out her hand back to whoever was behind her.
Oh,
Sabine.
yeah. Also, yeah.
Alaric echoes this motion, holding up his palm.
She would whisper, "There seems to be something ahead. Looks like bodies of some sort."
If you need to keep quiet, I do understand hand signals for combat.
I don't.
Oh.
And none of you are being stealthy. At least those in half plate and the like are sort of just walking.
Can I be trying to be stealthy? I don't know if it'll matter, but
You can certainly try and roll me a stealth check.
I was gonna say, like, hey, people who are not
Yeah, those that would like to,
Fatafass.
go ahead and roll me a stealth check. If you are wearing half plate, chainmail, and the like, you will roll with disadvantage.
I know breastplate doesn't give disadvantage, so.
Oh, sorry, I pressed the plus there.
So a 3. Gotcha.
Indeed,
loud as fuck.
I am the Blake now.
clang, goes the trolley.
Silver? Are you rolling stealth?
No. Ain't stealthy.
Understood.
She is the bait!
Stealth
She's
for
going
fuck.
to hold her Zweihander in front of her and poise it, like someone would who has bared this weapon many, many times. It's a very defensive stance.
How many arrows
did-
did I get in this quiver, by the way?
You got about 30.
30? Okay, I gotta take that down. Wow, only 30. Hopefully we don't have a long fight, guys. Yeah, who knows? Okay, yeah, kind of taking cover behind this corner. He'll knock an arrow, but he won't pull it back yet. He just kind of peers around and waits for something horrible to happen, or hopefully not, but we'll see.
How much, I guess it's worth asking, what does the ceiling look like in this place?
Yeah. Looking up, this cavern isn't relatively large. The ceiling's about 10, 12 feet high. And it's more of a tunnel and has
Secret tunnel. Sorry,
various
I'm so sorry.
stalactites that are hanging
Nerd.
from the ceiling. If there was something up there, it would be relatively hard to see. However, the caveat being is that everything is bathed in light, so there's little to no shadow here.
Does it look anything like the little holes that the little golem creatures came out of?
Roll me a perception check or investigation.
Any kind of connection there? Did you say investigation or perception?
Perception or investigation.
Have one you would prefer.
No, there don't appear to be any resemblances to any of the golem-like crevices that were left behind. You would note, however, that there are no crystal clusters up in the ceiling.
Interesting.
She would approach this body and check for any kind of vital sign.
Certainly. We'll keep your 20 investigation as you roll up. And you would see, looking at this body, there is a very visible break in the breastplate and chest area. It almost looks like it's been pried open like a can. Somebody shoved either a weapon or some sort of force into this and then ripped it open. Another thing to note is that this doesn't look like a guard. This appears to be like another prisoner outfitted with armor.
Seller would stand and back up, still facing the area. Until she, unfortunately, would collide with Ulrich.
Who has a really spooked look, by the way.
Are you alright?
What? Yes. Yes, I'm fine. What do you find?
Still yourself.
Did you find anything?
There are bodies here from what seems to be more unfortunate travelers like us, fitted by Hayne. I can only assume they were ripped apart rather viciously.
I don't suppose I can do some kind of investigation to figure out if I know what might have done this sort of thing.
You can move up. You'll generally have to be closer.
I mean, that's implied. Like, I'll get closer, but yeah.
But you move your token appropriately on the map then, dum-dum.
Well, I'm working on it first. Damn it.
Is
Roll
he
me
just
investigation.
approaching or is he talking about doing it? Because
he asked if she'd found his body, so now he's going to go take a look now that people are moving up. So now that he's here.
well, he's just moving up without saying anything to her. So she's like, oh, okay, I guess we're all going forward. Got it.
Well, she said bodies, and he's like, ooh, evidence.
Yes,
evidence.
but he didn't say anything.
That's
he
well.
just started walking.
I got distracted by something, so by the DM asking me to move my token.
Is any of their
Sure,
equipment
put it
look
on me.
salvageable?
That's right.
No. The most apparent thing you would notice, even without having to do a roll, is that none of them have weapons.
Do they have
What about
any kind of anything on them, or is it just all
Yeah.
shit?
utensils, things like that?
Very broken armor by the looks of it. Every single one, very similar situation. Some of them having a more unfortunate circumstance where it looks like the back of their armor was ripped open and like their spine and like the flesh along their back and everything like that was destroyed.
It's not baller to me.
These craggy, broken rocks. Is there still like water underneath, the water, the stone?
No, there's no water. Another thing that you've realized, even just being here, is that there's no immediate moisture. You would even notice that there's like a moss-like growth on the floor, which you are currently standing on,
Christ.
which
rough.
appears to like crunch and break under your footsteps. Like it is very clearly lacking moisture.
Don't like that. Is this cave with the crystals kind of like the heat cave from the mines in
Indeed.
a sense? Or, okay, so it's very hot and humid in here and stuff like that, or just dry and hot.
It's very humid, though you would actually realize that being in here compared to the other portion of the mine, there is no moisture here. There's the heat that resides, but it's almost as if moisture is missing. Like water is gone.
She's going to experimentally, like,
Spit on something. Spit on him, my
she's
brother.
going to spit on the moss.
Oh.
Spit on him, my brothers.
Okay.
Spit on him.
Time for
You
the cavern to explode.
spit on the ground.
Sildar was like, what the fuck are you doing?
You were
And
disgusting.
oh, she's nowhere near you. She's like way further back in the cavern.
What the fucking
Yeah, let's do strange things where no one can see you.
I
Yeah.
was kind of just waiting my turn, but
And
Well,
nothing happens. You spit, and it just resides there, just this globule on the floor.
and the moss, delicious, delightful.
I am so
And-
happy that nothing happened because I immediately flashed back to black goop.
Oil.
so is there like a nature or investigation I can
If you'd like
do?
to roll an investigation, you may.
Sure. Give it a try.
Spying the body with a coming feeling of augury, and unaware himself, I think Alaric will use divine sense
Okay.
and look around.
Your vision opens, a blessing momentarily from Shilier, the Wild Father, opening your senses to things that are divine, unholy, fiendish, what have you. Though there doesn't appear to be anything, at least immediately around you. You would sense some faint celestial, and actually I lied. You would sense two things. Never mind. You would sense celestial and undead.
Do I know their general direction, their proximity? Within 60 feet.
Why, yeah.
You know the location of any... Yep. Yes, you
Turns
do.
out- Oh boy, here we go.
Your
fam.
attention immediately turns to your left. There's the source of the celestial. Your attention immediately lingers further back behind you to the
Hold
undead.
on, hold on. Celestial Slurl here, right?
Nope.
No.
Kellen?
Nope.
Sabine?
Just hoping.
Ring a ding ding.
Hoping against
Morana?
hope.
Very foul scent.
Wow. All right.
Wow, that's mean. Rude.
Bro, where's the Celestial?
Celestial is right here.
Oh,
As I
okay,
said.
Sabine.
Twice now.
I see. I believe this is a pivotal moment of the party.
Ooh,
A formative moment of the party.
a good time for some backstory.
Yeah. As we shift.
Wanna
into-
explain
Well-
why you smell like this?
You'd all see as Alaric takes a few circumventing steps, hoping that the presence of undead is coming from Jury instead of War.
Wow, what the fuck?
Kind of making sure, he's like leaning past Kelly, getting a good angle in.
It has to be that one.
Got to be the stinky one.
Try as you might. You know where it's coming from.
And where is it coming?
I didn't expect it to last in a party full of 2 paladins, to be fair. So,
So who's the stank? Tell us, Dan.
You
Damn it! Shit!
It's Morana. It's Morana.
Ooh.
Marana, what are you
Elric
currently doing?
What?
Marana, what are you currently doing?
He was calling over Yuria.
This is what you see, Alaric.
Elric takes a dry and lumpy swallow. His apple roils on his throat. Lady Lamordia, may we speak?
This is not really a time for talking in private.
No, but it is.
Really, I agree with Siluriel. We need to focus.
Then let us speak among ourselves, rather than in private.
Speak freely.
I'm going to keep an ear out for that skittering while they do this.
With your passive
That's what I'm
perception,
doing.
both of you would realize the skittering has stopped.
Of course it has.
Which way is it coming from?
It's gone.
Which way was it coming from?
Well, it was all around you, was the problem.
So looking up doesn't reveal skittering.
Correct.
Horror.
There's nothing above you. The light from these crystals seems to illuminate the ceiling above.
Don't like that.
You all are talking.
Oh, we're ready to move on. Let's walk and talk.
We're pogging.
Marana's
What
going to
do you
take a
want?
experimental look around the corner here.
You see a long, another segment of the cavern that seems bereft of any bodies, or at least anything you can see from here.
What is it, Alaric?
Sorry, I lost connection again. Quite visibly, Alaric is weighing his options. He is looking at Morana and then at his surroundings. Just as this ambivalence is in his mind, he's also passing his hammer from one hand to the other, kind of judging inwardly what to do. After a while, though, his expression settles and he looks to Siluriel. Having a more subdued demeanor, he just shakes his head and gives a half shrug, a one-sided shrug. We can speak on it later.
Are you sure you were so adamant before? She grins at him.
This particular recipient will be around for quite a while to speak of.
Some pog right there, bud.
Suit yourself. But if this thing you want to talk about poses an issue for our task at hand, I will hold it against you.
The skittering becomes incredibly loud.
All around us yet again.
This time, it seems to have a source. It appears to be coming from this passage.
Which one? I don't see it on my... Oh, there you go. Thank you.
What is all this down here?
Looking up, it appears, at least from a distance, to be nothing more than just rock and mud. But the longer you look, you realize it's refuse, it's trash, broken barrels, crates, what even appears to be small segments of what could be like fishing boats broken down and shoved haphazardly into the corners.
Strange.
With that skittering getting incredibly loud coming from that direction, Kellen will make like a small sound like, and then point that way.
What do you
Then
see,
I draw my
Sildaril?
weapons.
Sildaril will immediately press against this wall.
Roll me a stealth check, please, at disadvantage.
Oh no.
Oh, come on.
You're wearing
Got
half
their
plate.
back to me.
That monka.
Their backs to me.
It's all about hearing. It's not about seeing. Remember, you have multiple senses. Roll me that stealth check at disadvantage, please.
Is she seeing some horrible shit that we can't?
Appears to be the case.
We're about to find out, apparently.
You would watch as Sildaril turns from one path, goes to start down another, and immediately like pushes herself up against the wall.
Yeah, she does that like face like.
How about she does that oh fuck no face?
If you're trying to figure out how to roll at disadvantage, it's control left click.
He's so bad.
You know, that's not the worst, though.
Surprisingly well.
Yeah, basically not terrible.
The creature, you would see Sildaril, the large, sort of craggy carapace that this thing has. You would see that it appears to be eating the large, what are their claws or some apparatus that they are using, would appear to be ripping something apart. You can hear the stretch of muscle and bone as something is very forcefully being broken open. What sounds like chewing until you stop. And it stops. The claws relax and what appears to be a half-consumed body clatters against the ground. All of you hear it.
Did my investigation check yield anything, by the way?
Oh, yep. Sorry about that. So much shit happened.
Yeah. It was 18.
Let's see. What would it yield? What are you trying to learn?
Like, what kind of creature might have done this?
Something large, but not something with like claws, like human sort of claws or anything like that. This appears to be very forceful. The way that the armor is broken tells you that the person was grabbed at either half and bent, if that makes sense.
This is like a pincher situation.
More than likely.
Oh boy.
Is there any music meant to be playing, Dan?
Nope.
Not yet.
I just haven't heard any like at all this entire
The figure at the end sort of lifts the entirety of its body. It sort of looks. The strange eye stalk sort of turning backwards to look back over its body.
She would grip Alaric and pull him against the like the wall here. And she would place her finger over his lips.
How hard does she pull?
It's not painfully. It's not like she's not trying to hurt him. She just moved him.
No. It's just I want to know if he'd stumble and fall like an idiot or not.
No. She did it in the sense of she's done this many a time.
It's pulling you into cover.
Well, when she takes him by the arm and pulls him into cover, she noticed that Alaric is not paying attention at all. He's just looking off forebodingly in the direction of the sound, and he's afraid.
Celeral would cover his lips with her finger.
Good, because she muffles like that
Quiet.
squeal that. Oh.
Quiet. There is some kind of large shelled creature down that corridor.
Go ahead and everybody roll me another stealth check. Because you are not moving, it'll just be a normal roll. As you all hear the curious skittering drawing down the path.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Hey, how you doing?
Someone just started screaming, "Be quiet."
By the way,
We hit a crystal and it
What is-
explodes.
with his mouth muffled as it is, Alaric would be posing like 70 questions. Just a bunch of mumble nonsense into her fucking palm.
It's just one finger. Pressing his fingers together. Or his lips together. And she would stand in front of him.
Emerging
Oh.
from the cavern, you would see a very grisly sight. This giant crab, blood-soaked as it is, with what appears to be a loose arm currently hanging from its mandibles, sort of idly chewing as it moves its way, sort of skittering down the path, its pincers covered in viscera and blood. You would see along its back what appear to be multiple sort of spiked skulls, as if wearing them like adornments. And
Oh my god.
it sort of moves its way up, the eye stalks like frantically searching left and right. This appears to be some freak mutation compared to like the other crabs that you've seen. This appears to be something far more vicious. You would hear the sort of sickening crunch of bone as the mandibles pull the arm further into the mouth. The sort of
people.
The sort of spray of bubbles and blood out of its mouth as it chews. Thankfully, the party as a whole rolled well, enough to account for the failures of 2.
Let's go.
The crab sort of stops, investigates this area for a moment. Its large claws sort of like scraping across the stonework. You hear the sort of the very audible clicks of its giant claws. Alaric, something you are very familiar with.
Absolutely.
As it eventually grows disinterested. The noise seemingly have faded as it makes its way back to its meal. It's at that point that you realized, Sildaril, it wasn't just one. There's a lot down there.
Yeah, I saw 2 at least. It is not alone. There are a lot more of them. I could see 2 at least.
Whoa. What should we do?
I don't know. I am not keen on these monsters. I don't know what they do, nor do I know how to deal with them. I have been bred to fight on battlefields against man weaker than me. I do not deal with creatures like this.
I'm not particular of crabs myself. Do we take a left here then?
There is a large hole, what seems to be some grand ravine ahead, and then collections of different thrown aside trashes in the northern corridor.
Alaric looks back, viewing every face of the party in search of insight. He's sweating.
Hmm.
Come on, Your words have never left your mouths before. She looks to everyone.
Are you thinking that we should try to avoid these creatures? I don't know if that's an option.
I don't know if it's an option either. What if these are part of the problem?
Well, they're guarding the problem. If we are going to fight them, we should definitely try to funnel them through that gap so they can't get at us together.
They're crab. They're not making things float around.
Well, except perhaps they're guarding the problem.
Do you
I'd say-
know of any large crab racers that can cast magics?
I don't. I said possibly guarding the problem. Either way, they're probably in our way. Does this cavern down here loop around to the crab pot?
You can go and see.
Are you asking that in character?
I asked Caleb.
Okay.
Yeah, there's fog of war for a reason. So explore with your token as you wish.
Kind of sneakily just make my way down here just a touch. Okay, solid. Peeking, nope. Okay.
Listen,
Looks
we
like
don't have any.
Sorry, go ahead.
We don't have any food. We have no firewood. We need to exhaust all of our options before we pick a fight with giant crabs.
I do not like to be invasive to one's home environment. So if these crabs are born here and this is their home, I'm not keen on killing them. If, however, they are this source of issue, then and only then will I feel comfortable attacking them.
You said that they were like some kind of freak mutation, right?
They definitely don't look like normal crabs.
And
Nor
Look,
have
if
you
I
ever
know what a normal crab looks like in this place.
nor have you ever seen a crab wear skulls. Like this one had skulls pushed onto the spikes or
Yeah.
spines on its back.
Sabine was getting ready to say it's wearing skulls like a neck,
like
like fashion.
Solar would roll her eyes.
Well, I can tell you this. Given how they look and the way that they are adorning themselves with what looks like trophies, I don't think these are natural by any stretch. Most likely either a mutation or some kind of monstrosity. There's nothing natural about these. Purging them would probably be the best thing to do. But we can try to scout out. The problem is we leave them at our backs. If we do want to fight, we should take them here where they can't get around us.
Solar's nose would curl upward, her left nostril, as he spoke about them as if they were unnatural, and she would just remain silent.
Are you sure of this, Rainier?
Never seen a crab wear a trophy before, so I'm about as sure as I can be.
Perhaps there is simply an endemic trait of them being here. This is clearly no usual environment.
Perhaps they're a product of the environment.
Sabine's just gonna tilt her head at the mental gymnastics that they're pulling, and she's going to whisper, "So you're saying that we should just leave these crabs that are obviously ripping people's skulls off and wearing them as trophies alone because they might be natural down here?" I mean,
Admittedly, I'd rather not have my skull torn off.
I'd rather not be snuck up behind by giant crabs. Giant crabs might be something that you're accustomed to, Yuria, but not me.
What I am saying then...
One more time, sorry.
Go ahead.
That was a...
Oh, I just said it was Yuria's turn to roll her eyes.
Men and women exhibit trophies over years of heads of their enemy, but they are natural.
What I'm saying, Dame Savine, is we don't have much supplies. We must pick our fights carefully.
Let me assure the northern region before we go headstrong into a fight.
If that be the case, then I would suggest you or Sildaril at the front, and I can take the back, or vice versa, whichever you prefer. But keep the less durable members of our group in between us.
If you're going to fight the crabs, if you're pushing to fight the crabs, you are going at the front.
I'm not pushing to fight the crabs. I'm saying if we take another alternative route, we need to form some sort of protection for those who aren't as sturdy as Sildaril or myself.
I understand. That was
All of you would see, at least in this moment as you're talking, a weird occurrence. Not from the tunnel, but, or at least not the tunnel pertaining to crabs, but the area around you, the lights of the crystals dim momentarily. All of them, as if in unison, like power waned for a moment before light fully returned.
Kit Williams, give us a sign.
You take 14 points of damage. There's your sign.
Either way, we should, if we're going to move cautiously. Keep a rear guard at our back. Sildaril seems to have already taken her mission upon herself.
Fuck.
The northern passage, or the northern cavern, seems devoid of life, though certainly full of trash. Large amounts of refuse, scattered debris, items, and the like, all shoved into the various corners. Almost like nests. You would also notice the chasm or gap in the stonework here that connects to another side of the cavern. A gap that could potentially be crossed.
As I found earlier, there is a large amount of discarded belongings, I could call them. They are not exactly together. It is mostly trash. Scraps of other people's discarded belongings, I would say. And here, there is some kind of hole, a large chasm, but it seems to connect on the other side. As far as I can see, that is our options. Find the way across here, or kill all of your crabs.
I will defer to what everyone wants to do, but I do think those crabs are going to be a problem for us sooner or later.
Just as we fear those crabs attacking our backs, there is no telling what else might appear in this chasm when we strike at the crabs.
If we do want to fight, I can offer my best tactical suggestion, but whatever you want to do.
May I see this gap first?
I'm going to test its stability. One moment. And she would point out the Zweihander in front of her, and kind of as she moved toward the like edge, she would just gently push at the earth, not making any, not like a ting, like a mine or anything, but just pushing at the earth with like the tip to see its stability.
Sure. There is some subtle scraping that is occurring, but there is no like soft earth here. This is all stone that you're stepping on.
All right. I should know if the moss was masking anything.
Pressing against it, even the moss gives way underneath the tip of the Zweihander, sort of pushing and revealing the stone underneath. Though it doesn't appear to be any cracks, at least none that are visual or apparent on the top.
She would turn to Morana. It seems relatively safe. Be on your toes, though. I'm going to keep an eye on this entrance here for the crab's movement. Should they make one on us? She would poise herself here, being like down on her knee, looking downward best she could.
All right, so how far does Sabine's light go?
It's off of Alaric, so whatever you can see off of
Oh,
Alaric.
it's off of Alaric.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Marana kind of waves Alaric over and kind of points to the spot next to her.
He pushes through. His nose is slightly perked up as he comes into Morana's vicinity.
She kind of gives him the hand signal to wait. Kind of begins investigating.
What are you looking for?
So it looks like there's more tunnel on the other side here. Potentially, is that correct?
Are you asking or telling?
I'm asking.
Oh, roll me a perception or investigation. 13. Yeah, there appears to be either a completely different cavern or tunnel on the other side of this chasm. You're unsure if it leads to the same area, as you cannot see any other connectors, nor did you see what lied further within this tunnel. So it could lead you somewhere else entirely. But it is away from the flesh-eating crabs.
Yeah, she looks this way and then kind of back around in Alaric's direction. Silverel, do you know if it loops around?
I can only see the far side there.
Right. Not even when you entered the northern passage?
The northern passage is nothing but what seems to be a closed-off nesting ground.
I see, so there was no exit.
Solar would kind of pause as she looks at her. Closed off? No, there was no exit.
Those of you standing next to the crystal, again, just like before, they wane in color and light, sort of fading and dimming before glowing brightly again.
Is this relatively simultaneous when it does that, or do
It's
they kind of
all
like
of the
leave,
crystals.
like all together?
Mm-hmm. Yuria and Kellen, you would also notice, or at least hear, the shifting movement coming from the north of you.
Boy.
As one of the crabs emerges out of its den, the pile of refuse acting as its nest.
Oh, good. And it's right there.
Yuria immediately, as soon as she hears the rustle, moves behind the rock and would send a telepathic message to Morana.
The trash heap. A crab just crawled out of it.
Forward or
Confused
back?
for a moment.
We have to make a
But
decision quickly.
Yeah, she gives a quick hand signal to Siluriel and begins motioning kind of in this direction, of course. One thing I did want to ask DM before going forward is like the side walls of these walls over here, were they rocky?
They are mostly covered in this strange moss, as shown on the map.
Okay.
What is it?
There's movement in the nest.
There's another crab. We either have to go in or out. We need to decide quickly.
Well, fighting one would be better than fighting more than one.
We don't know if there's more in those trash heaps.
Alaric, come on.
When she says Alaric, come on, what is she hoping from Alaric? He's pressed to the wall. If she wants to go through, she can. But he is deadly quiet.
And she will.
Yoink.
What are you all doing?
I don't fucking know. Like, I don't think we're given much opportunity or choice here. It's either we fight or we go through that tunnel thing. So
That's the choice.
I
Sounds
don't
like
think
two
we get
choices.
a choice of whether or not we get a fight. So
One more time?
I don't think we get a choice on whether or not we get to fight or if we want to fight. So I think we should just decide something.
Don't
Shoot
think
it.
you get a
Finger.
choice. All right.
Are we fighting up? We fighting down? Or finding a way to cross this hole?
Alaric just urged Kellen to shoot the crab in character for what's worth.
Oh, like to start. We should move into a more advantageous position if we're going to fight.
Alaric urges him on with the hammer.
Well, if we're going to start a fight, we should back up into a tunnel where we can control them coming at us. Fighting them one at a time would be better than ganging up on us.
He motions down the tunnel again, expectantly.
Looking at the map. But these crabs seem like they're too large to fit through these narrow gaps, like right here. Like that.
At least through that area. Though, who knows if crabs can run along the walls or not.
Oh, fun.
Nothing stops the crab.
Did you find any way possible for getting across?
Well, we would probably need to use that rope.
We don't have much time, I fear.
Definitely not.
I, for one, am not one to back down from a battle, but... And she would look at the... the decapitated maul, like, just fucking marred up bodies. They seem to have more armor than we do, and they did not fare well.
Oh, it looks like they might have gotten ambushed in that spot.
you would see that the northern crab in the trash heap is just picking through his nest. You would see it's like trying to readjust the various pieces of trash that are here. So like it pushes a barrel up into a segment to keep the opening there and sort of stacking and sort of scooping dirt and like moss up onto the edges, acting like a sort of binding material. It just seems they're not smart, but it does seem preoccupied with its own home.
Got his HGTV magazine out.
Yeah.
Just rearranging his home.
In one claw, it's reading, TV Digest, and the other claw, it's fixing up its home.
Feng shuiing. It's an disgusting mess of
Can't
filth.
wait for the missus to get home.
You would see, like the others, this one has partially decomposed bodies sort of strewn across its back like other adornments.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, look, Phil, this one makes a great cape.
So funny you say that. It almost is a similar situation.
Oh my God.
Where they are wearing these bodies or these accessories as sort of a very similar human-like way. Like they have skulls adorned over their arms or over where their shoulders would be. They have like long stretching spinal cords and rib cages over their back like capes. They are wearing people like armor.
They're wearing people like armor. Does it look like they were able to do this to themselves? Like, did the one crab have skulls all the way back it, or only back as far as its claws will go?
Roll me.
Yo, who's your tailor?
Roll me I guess we'll call this an insight check.
These crabs out here like, these fucking people killing us for our shells, making armor and shit. We're gonna wear them instead. Yeah!
Bro, this crab got drip.
It's yes and no. There are some sections that are so far back that there's no plausible way that it could have done it itself. But there are more, you would recognize more clustered up segments of body parts up in areas that it could reach. Either somebody's helping dress these crabs or the other crabs are helping decorate one another.
I was gonna say.
I'm gonna step up and I'm gonna point out to Kellen. The crabs have adornments back further than they should be able to reach with their claws. So either they can communicate what they want to each other and can have coherent thought to the where, hey guy, can you please put this corpse on the back so that everything is covered? Or something else is doing it.
Everybody roll me a perception check.
Boy.
No super bad rolls. All of you would hear what sounds like a slapping sound, sort of continual slapping sounds in rhythm with one another as they're moving from the cavern behind you. You would hear an audible of something hitting stonework, the sort of clatter of metal armor. And you would hear, no, please. And then you would hear what sounds like this sort of ripping and tearing sound as something is being torn apart, the blood-curdling scream now beginning to reverberate through the cave.
Where was that? Can you ping the map again?
Behind you.
Behind.
Here.
Okay.
Oh.
Where the original crab pot was. Okay.
Correct.
Oh, the original crab pot. Nice.
Well.
And it would sound like a flurry of movement as well.
Sounds like somebody ran afoul of these things already. Forward or back? We have to make a decision.
And you'll make that decision next week.
Boo.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank you all for playing.
Boo.
Oh, no, I'm updating my note.
We will pick this up next week, next Friday, on the 4th of February. And figure out just what the hell the party's going to do.
Cry.
Giant enemy crabs.
Get some crab adornments.
Bro.
Like,
I am the human. I wear the crab.
These fucking humans wear our skin. We now wear theirs. That's what they're doing.
But yes.
Man. Looks like we possibly could have saved somebody, but definitely didn't.
These crabs.
Nah,
play
he
too
was
much
dead,
Warhammer.
bro.
He was dead anyway. Fuck that guy.
He was
Whoop.
dead. There's no way we would have saved him.
Fuck that loser. He was dead. What a dweeb.
Thank you guys for playing. And thank you guys for coming on and watching and supporting the players, supporting myself. If you have any questions for myself or the players, feel free to use your channel points to highlight your questions, and we will answer them. If you are new viewers, either just arriving to the stream or sort of tuning in halfway through, we play almost every Friday, and we as well play every Sunday over on Momo's channel. That is the Secrets of Erist game. So if you like D&D, feel free to stop by. The VODs are up. I have them in my highlights section, of which you'll be able to catch up. I will warn you, they are 4, 5, 6 hour long sessions, so it is a bit of a commitment. But I thank you for it. Is there a Discord? It is currently being worked on. We are currently in the process of getting the bots set up, and then that's pretty much it. Bots are a tricky thing, though.
You're a tricky thing.
How are you all feeling?
Hungry.
I want to eat some crab.
I don't like seafood, but I'm hungry.
I too am hungry, but I don't mind certain seafood. It just depends.
we're just kind of stuck
Ah,
between
sorry.
we're stuck between a cavern and a carapace right now. It's
God, I hate
Disadvantage all next week.
that. Yeah. And thanks for that.
Ah, yes. Flexing your recently obtained points from the Gamba.
Basically, the Gamba had all of my points, by the way.
You gave all of your
I
points?
was the main, I was the main contributor
Holy shit.
to Morana's gonna die.
Mean, rude.
Jesus.
Bro,
I
you're
mean-
throwing.
Who knows?
Mean.
Oh, who knows? Very well. You hear that, Itis? You better have my fucking points on hold.
Had, things gone horrible, right? Like, Marana's like, I attack him. Like, I attack him right here, right now.
I throw down.
Square up.
I
Yeah,
eat him
well.
instead.
Then who knows what could have happened, right?
overrolled seduce.
Ew.
Lol.
Persephus, I believe that's how you say your name. We use Foundry VTT, or Foundry Virtual Tabletop. It holds all of my maps. It holds the players. It holds their character sheets, their dice, everything like that. We use Discord for talking, and we use Discord reactive images for the little bouncing icons that they have. If you stick around during the week, you'll see that I have a map making stream almost every Monday in which we make maps in Incarnate, which is the website that I use to make all of these maps, in which I make all of my maps. Setting my points ablaze. Marana, when, if ever, are you planning to tell Sildaril about her friend?
Sometime between now and never.
Ooh. I mean, potentially, but also if time and place warrants it. She's not sure for right now, again, what these people might think of her. Also, technically, Marana didn't kill him, so.
Technicalities.
Technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Look, I only stabbed him the first time. All right, the last stab was Hayne.
I only bit him twice. What?
I was absolutely content to let him live and be thrown back in the mines.
I'm pretty new to D&D and want to join a newly forming party. Where could I look for something like that? Any ideas? Absolutely. Though I am not a fan of the virtual tabletop, Roll20 has a very decent forum, as well as D&D Beyond, of which people put out their games, of which looking for players, looking for dungeon masters, looking for filler players, what have you. That's how I found my first game to play online, was through the Foundry, or not Foundry, but through the Roll20 forums. And I joined a very quick one-shot, and that was pretty much it. You could look at a ton of other places, though. You could look at the DM's Guild, or the DM Guild forums, in which people are always looking for players. You could look at Reddit, r/D&D, r/homebrew, stuff like that, where people are always looking to test stuff, looking for other players, what have you. And if all else fails, nothing wrong with being your own dungeon master.
There's something, though, to be said about playing and not DMing.
Ever get what that's like? But I wouldn't trade it for the world. I love dungeon mastering. It is that, Zebus. It is the fucking Thanos putting on the Infinity Gauntlet, right? Like, fine, I'll do it myself. Yuria and Sildaril, you two okay? Notice a little tension.
Sildaril thinks she's annoying. She doesn't like the character Sildaril does not like the coy, I'm gonna play a game with everything around me that she seems to be doing.
Indeed.
Sildaril's very to the point, doesn't like deception, and she has grown annoyed with it.
Meanwhile, Yuria finds Sildaril a little dangerous because of her somewhat flippant attitude and her penchant for being extremely brutally blunt. So yeah, there's probably going to be a little tension for those two characters in the future. But it's cool.
If Sildaril's friend did live through the dinner, would they become a Dampier? No. They'd become something even more fucked up. If they lived.
Whatever fucking Hayne planned for him.
Beep, Shadow Bunny God says. Also, you can join the Foundry VTT Discord. Absolutely. The Foundry Discord is really good. Is this a custom-made campaign? Yes, Persephus. I only do homebrew campaigns. That is what the Secrets of Eris game is, and that is what Cometh the Fall is, are both games that I make I create, I make maps for, I plan, I prep, all that fun stuff. What voices do you like doing more, Hayne or Rayner? Ooh, there's something about being able to just be an absolute fucking asshole as Lord Hayne that's really fun.
Wait a minute. That previous question brings up a question. Oh God, can I make vampire spawn? That suck.
You'll never know.
I'd probably make like ghouls.
Rowan
Ugh.
spawning.
Hate that. Hate that for me.
I'm thralling off.
Hayne sounds more like Batman 66's King Tut character. I'm afraid I do not know who that is. Hi, do you use a Foundry mod for streaming the Foundry? I do not. We have this lovely overlay that was made by Momo, in which I just use a couple modules to sort of make it a little easier. I use a pop-out module for the chat, and that's it. That's really all you need. If you're following an overlay.
I did not make the overlay. I bought the assets and just put it together.
She made it. With her own hands. Blood, sweat, and tears. She made this. Drew it herself.
Every pixel, every font.
Don't let her lie to you.
I don't know how I feel about semi-intelligent crabs.
Disgusting.
With her two tiny hands, she sculpted the overlay.
Well, I'm not tiny.
She stacked the bricks.
Damn. Proving once again that gnomes are an inventive species.
I hate it.
Can I kill Uriel? Is that an option?
No, but it should be.
What's the matter? You don't like potentially sentient crabs?
I don't mind it. My character was the one wanting to stop them from killing them.
No, the crabs creep me out.
Look, the crabs just play a lot of Warhammer, okay?
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, all that trash is actually just their mini collection. They're cosplaying as Chaos Warriors right now.
Carved from a single piece of driftwood. That's right. With her bare hands, she took a single piece of driftwood and made this.
I hate it.
I love Foundry. I agree, Mr. Bite. I was initially like, oh God, I have to pay $50. But in hindsight, I am super glad that I bought into Foundry, and I love everything about it. I don't think I could go back to another virtual tabletop unless like maybe Tailspire, but that's it. Foundry is my home. So
Tailspire has a way to go.
yeah, Tailspire needs a lot of work done to it before I consider it as like something to stream. Yeah, the person the crabs chopped up was their sacrifice to the blood god. To you, corn, they say.
They get really into their roles.
Corn.
Corn wants your blood this day.
Wringing the guy out like a dirty rag.
Scarbrand the crab.
That'd be pretty fucking brutal. This brass or bronze crab.
So if the crabs are chaos corn warriors,
No.
Does that make us Balthazar Gelt? All right, gentlemen, I will not lie to you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no, sorry, gentlemen. I will not lie.
Some of you may not make it back alive.
Crab comes charging. In each hand is an axe made out of other crabs.
Holy
Yo, those
shit.
crystals flickering was straight up Phasmophobia.
This
Yeah,
is horrible.
What are the thoughts on the party's thoughts on the crystals losing light?
I
Don't know
have
what that
no
is.
idea.
While we're down here, judging by what type of day it is, there are other prisoners in the mine mining, correct?
I mean, you saw that while you were walking.
I think every time it dims, somebody breaks part of the crystal off.
I think we're stealing from an entity.
It's It's one giant entity that's just like, you're taking my skin.
And titties?
I think it is. I think it's retaliating.
It's possible.
That's not an unreasonable assumption.
Could you fuckers please stop ripping off my skin? Thanks.
Nope.
Or taking my blood? That'd be swell.
Kellen, you seemed very out for blood today.
You seemed very out for blood today. When? I didn't try to kill anybody. There was no combat. You referring to the crabs? Because, like, monster crabs are bad.
He's a ranger, it's his thing.
Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, you just kind of, wild monsters monsters in the wild like that, probably not a good thing to leave for them to fuck with people, as they are apparently very murderous, given that they just murdered somebody and have been murdering people like crazy. So
They've also been eating people.
yeah, so I mean, like, by all reasonable methods, a ranger is not going to look at these and go, yeah, it's cool, things are fine, this is normal.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah. Unless you're referring to earlier when I was talking about, like, having them set up to slit Creighton's throat, but I mean, that's just pragmatism.
Who doesn't think that?
Yeah, for real, though. And if you're not, why not?
What do you think of Tabletop Simulator? My friends and I have used it for all of our games. It's okay. I don't have any great, big opinions about Tabletop Simulator. It's been around for a while. It sort of gives me the same vibes as like Fantasy Grounds, where a lot of people have used it. It's sort of like used by a good deal of people. So a lot of people sort of back it and support it. I've never personally used it, but I have seen it in action, and it's okay. I was wondering, how do you manage the DM layer that might hide secret rooms encounters, or does the stream see all that? They don't. I have certain buttons on my side that keep a lot of the mystique, and that's because I have like 3 versions of Foundry open. I have the Foundry that all of Steam or Stream gets to watch. I have my version that controls my notes, the character sheets, everything like that. And then I have another version that has various overlays and stuff like that on it.
He's very powerful.
Yes. It is cumbersome sometimes, where like I have to flip between a bunch of stuff, and like that's why rolls are sometimes delayed, is because I have to bring up the popped up chat box so the rolls update properly while I have the other pages open. Well, that's a good one. What was Alaric's first reaction to discovering Marana's nature? What's his thoughts on future interactions with her?
Well, as you saw there, when you walked up to her, he had his nose stuck up, crunched together, kind of disgusted. I really don't much know, because as a paladin essentially worshipping the cycle of nature, an undead who is entirely out of that cycle altogether
I don't think Dampiers
would be an abomination.
do Dampiers actually register as undead, though? I don't think that they do.
They do.
Humanoid. But they do? When?
It says so on their sheet or the little card.
Let me see.
Yeah, I thought that they...
This card that I wrote.
Alive, but...
This flash
Why
card.
would he lie?
If that wasn't the case, why would you not speak up during that whole encounter?
Well, because I thought there was something different. Because, I mean, ASMR don't technically come up as celestial, because their creature type is humanoid, not celestial.
They still have that ancestry, though.
creature type doesn't really.
It does matter when you're sensing certain types of creatures.
Traits.
Quite the pickle.
Yeah, their ties to the undead grant Dampiers a taste of vampires' deathless prowess.
Yeah, but there's no mechanical reason. That is very flavorful, so I thought you were going with that.
They just sampled it.
I guess the real question would be, are they affected by turn undead?
No, they're not.
That's not really
Then
a
they're not
basis.
undead,
That's
right?
not a basis because there are things that are
Really?
immune to turn undead
Oh,
as
Those would
undeads.
be very high on level undead, though.
Not even really. There's a CR 1/8 that's immune to turn undead.
Huh.
It's the crawling hand.
Oh, well, that's... it's a hand! But yeah, I was just thinking it was going with a flavor text.
We'll talk about it in the coming week.
Yeah.
I don't know about D&D purpose, but if I remember correctly, Dampier never died. They were born that way.
Yep. And Presper TV, Dampier when they originally released in UA were considered both humanoid and undead, but when they were officially released in Van Richten's, they only show as a humanoid creature type.
Sorry for the annoying questions. Not annoying. I asked for you to ask questions. You're totally fine. Don't even worry about that. Do you use one of the services provided services Foundry supports to play? I do not. All of the stuff is hosted via me. I didn't even know that Foundry had server support like that. I assume it costs money. But yeah, no, nothing like that. Do you, the players, have any final comments, concerns, anything like that?
I'm concerned for my overall health,
That's normal.
my physical condition.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reporting Hayne for medding.
Last question from Fundin. Do the party have their next crystal requests in mind or lined up?
Nope.
Kind of just sort of play that by ear because it just sort of depends. Like, at least for my character, I don't know about other people's, of course, but
I don't. I'm busy panicking over like actually playing a fucking hexblade. Now that I have actual spells.
We can actually do our class stuff.
huzzah!
Oh fuck, that's right. I have a class.
Yeah, you technically have spells too.
I do technically have spells. One spell. That matters.
my boy is getting some knickers.
Annie's.
Just to get himself some man panties.
He's gonna finish that drip.
Oh,
Do what?
Lord Hayne's going to gift him a pair of his very own boxers, unwashed.
Used and unwashed.
You need to stop with that.
Ew.
All
You
right.
need to
Yeah,
stop with that
nasty.
shit.
Okay. We're going to
And
call
on
it
that
here.
note,
Thank you guys so much for playing.
Just progress.
I hope that
Discussion.
if nothing else, the session was enjoyable. And thank you guys so much for all of your lovely support. You guys have made Dungeons and Dragons and being a DM and all of that stuff incredibly enjoyable. Thank you. And thank you for helping me pass 1K followers tonight. Thank you for that.
Baller.
woo!
Guys, if you'd like, go ahead and say goodbye to chat.
Goodbye.
Night chat. See you next week.
Good night, chat. See you next week.
Good night, chat.
Or
I
Sunday.
kiss you on your forehead.
Good
tuck
night,
you in.
chat. Goodbye.
Momo's going to go pass away now, apparently. Jeez.
Bye, everyone.
All right, I'll be back in just a moment. I The words fail me. I struggle to even come up with the appropriate words to express my gratitude to all of you tonight. Your generosity, your kindness. Would that I was more of a poet so I could thank you in more pretty ways, but I am... I thank you a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much for helping me pass 1K followers, which was my milestone for the year, by the way. My year was to get 1K followers, which has been absolutely obliterated. So now the goal is we strive towards partner. We pave the path forward towards attempting partnership, getting more subs, building the community even further, connecting with other streamers, and getting more people introduced into D&D, which is the sort of penultimate goal, is to get more people to play D&D and to get more people sat behind the DM screen and become dungeon masters. And if I can help with that in any way, if I can mend whatever has happened in the past, I will gladly bear that burden and will gladly help. Thank you guys so much. Let's find somebody to raid for this evening. We're going to keep it in the D&D tab. We're going to keep the community all together. Hopefully not somebody who's going to end soon. Let's see. A 24-hour D&D stream. My. Well, thank you guys for your incredible kindness. That means a lot. I look forward to seeing you all this Sunday as well for the Secrets of Erist game, where we figure out what happened to Talanos. Yeah, 24 hours of D&D is a lot of D&D, but they're still going. We're going to, just as we've always done, raid our bearded dungeon master, which appears to be the case for this individual named Fish. They are 16 hours, almost 17 hours into their 24-hour D&D game. So we're going to go to them. That seems like a lot of fun. And I hope you guys take care. Enjoy your evening, enjoy your weekends, and I look forward to seeing you guys Sunday. Thank you so much again. And you guys take care. Oh, I just saw it before the raid starts. Mr. Bite, thank you for the gifted sub to Yazermite. Thank you very much for that. I didn't even catch that almost at the end. I appreciate you. All right. Enjoy the raid, everybody.